Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Okay. Ah. Test, 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 test. Okay. So that's the microphone for the room, but it's okay. Yes.
Yes, it is now 9 a.m. Finland time, so we are hearing about Koha Geosearch from Thomas Klausner. You're welcome.
Okay. Thanks. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. I hope you had a nice cruise yesterday. And you are awake, yes. Yeah, I'm going to talk about the Koha Geosearch thing. Oops, so maybe I should turn that one on. Again, short intro about me, who wasn't there yesterday. My name is Thomas Klausner, or Tom, and that's too small. I'm doing Perl for like a long time, and that's my 19th European Perl conference, and my first PerlKohaCon, so that's nice. I'm here as the K from this HKS3, or 3 people doing Koha support. That's Mark Hofstetter, David Schmidt, and me. We started working by accident with Koha in 2020 because a customer wanted to run Koha, and yeah, and we did it. And since then we worked with some other libraries in Austria, Germany, and Hungary, helping mostly with migrations, starting to host Koha, and providing custom development like this thing I'm talking about here. So this is for a library of Geosphere Austria. That's a very recent merger, which you don't know about because you're not in Austria, of the ZAMT, the Zentralanstalt für Meteorologie und Geodynamik, which cares about the weather, and the Geologische Bundesanstalt, which cares about rocks. So those 2 public institutes have been merged into Geosphere Austria. And this part is about the rocks. And they are like thinking about switching to Koha, but their current library of the Geologische Bundesanstalt has one crucial feature that they need, which is a spatial library search, or aka Geosearch. So that's like their old library system has this weird plug-in thingy where you can start this search and you enter a term like Helsinki, for example. And then they do a GeoNames lookup, which maps Helsinki to like the proper location and suggests some other nearby locations. And then when you select like the city of Helsinki, it does a search on books that are about Helsinki. Not the books are in Helsinki, it's not about where the book is in the library, but what the book is about. And it's not just using this via like a tag, Helsinki, but by mapping Helsinki to a latitude and longitude, like a geopoint, and then figuring out which other books are there and in the neighborhood. So when you search for Helsinki, you only find Helsinki. You also find Jätkäsaari, sorry, for all the Finns, and yeah. And then there's one book in their library about this thing, about anthropogenic impact on recent sediment in the Chakotari Heber Basin. So it's like a bestseller, I guess. And if you then click on Helsinki, you find 56 other books, which are about the rocks beneath Helsinki, I guess. Oops. Okay. Maybe you see some Mastodon reactions to a recent tweet. So can this be done in Koha? Not currently, as far as I know, or as far as we know. But of course, Koha is open source, and we can code Perl. So let's try to add this, at least a prototype for now. So the plan was firstly to find a place where we can actually store the geospatial data, like latitude and longitude, for a book. Then add this data to the search index, and then implement a way to actually search for this spatial data. And then in the end, show the results on a map. That's the bug for this feature in the bug tracker. A side note for the non-librarians here, I'm going to talk about Mark a lot, which is this thing from Wikipedia. So it's a standard set of digital formats for machine-readable descriptions of items. It's a metadata format for books. And Mark has some fields. For example, 100 is the primary author, and 245 is the title of a book. But it has a lot of fields, not just those two. This is one representation of Mark, which is like ugly and annoying. But you can see you have like the author over there and the title. C, for example, is the statement of responsibility. All of those Mark fields have very weird names for me as a non-librarian, but yeah, you get used to it. And this is Mark XML, which is the same data represented as XML, which is a little bit, I mean, it's XML, so it's not that easy to read, but it's a little bit more self-documenting than when you have to, I don't know, count bits in the other representation. Yeah, so there are a lot of Mark fields, and there are different ways to use them based on culture, apparently. So depending on if you're an American library or a European library, you might use it a little bit different. So it's a little bit of chaos. And Koha maps some of the more important fields of these things to actual database columns. But a lot of this data is way too unstructured to actually map it to a database. So it's stored as a blob, like the Mark XML as an XML document, which is also quite nice because using MySQL, you can actually query the XML directly using XPath. But that's not a topic for now. So Rainer Stowasser, who works for the ZAMG, pointed out the Mark field 034, subfield S and T, which you can read about here or in some other places. That's like a documentation of all these fields. So one thing about the librarians, they are very, very like picky and document everything very well, also the Mark fields. So that's like, makes it at least easy to work with. So yeah, this field 034 is called coded cartographic mathematical data and has a subfield S and T for gearing latitude and longitude. That sounds quite well. If you ignore the gearing part, that's like, nobody really knows what it is.
You can use another field to say the type of read.
Please ask through the microphone.
Yes.
Yes.
Because you can use another field to take with type of geoid that you use.
Yes. Yeah. They're like, for example, there's also this field 255C. Maybe you're talking about that one. I don't know. So that's another place where you could store geographic data, but that's one string, at least from what I've seen from the spec, containing a bounding box, so it's 4 points, not 1 point. And it's not very, and it's a little bit annoying to parse because I don't know if the internal data of the field is actually standardized or just some random string. That's what's in the documentation, and that's like not fun to parse, and we only need points anyway. So for now we stick with the 034, but in the end you can use whatever you want. Come to that in a minute. Okay.
And in Unimark, it could be 206, maybe.
Okay. 206, okay, I'll have to remember that. Yeah. Which, by the way, as you see already, for the non-Koha people, that's one of the reasons why Koha is so complex and big, because it's not like there's this one fixed thing. Another side note about searching in Koha, so a lot of the data is unstructured and stored as this blob, but you still want to search for it, so that data is indexed into an external non-database search index. So you have the database, which you use to work on it, and then another thing which you use to actually search. And the default, and maybe legacy, I don't know, thing is called something called Zebra, which you can read about here. I've never heard about it before I worked with Koha. It's like an inverted index thingy, and it works, apparently. But there's an alternative, which is Elasticsearch, which I'm using a lot for other projects. So that's why we implemented this in Elasticsearch, and especially because Elasticsearch already supports geoqueries. Okay? And I'm not sure if Zebra supports that. I don't know, probably not. So this is like an Elasticsearch query. Elasticsearch queries like use a lot of what's that? That's JSON in that case. Yeah, in that case, and yeah, a lot of intention and a lot of things that you have to do. Match all means okay, get all of the documents and then filter. Reduces the result on a filter. In that case, there's a geodistance filter where you can say, okay, you want everything in 200 kilometers around this point of latitude and longitude. That's just a standard Elasticsearch feature which solves all of the problems for the searching. But for Elasticsearch to use this Geosearch feature, you have to index your data using a special data type called GeoPoint. It's not a string or an integer, it's a special thing, and you have to define this. Now, Koha provides a nice way to map arbitrary mark fields to search fields, because at least as I understand it, these search fields are sort of like abstract fields like title, and then you can map them to mark fields like this. So you can say, okay, title should be whatever is in 130 and whatever is in 2, 4, 5a and b and p. And all of those things will be concatenated together, and then you have like the title data, and that's then indexed. So we want to have something like that to store latitude and longitude. But before we can map that, we have to define this new abstract field, which you can do in this administration search engine configuration tab of Koha, where you can in the first tab, which is called search fields, you define what search fields you have, and some attributes. Our patch adds this new data type and those two things by default. So if this patch is applied, you have this already, you don't have to do it. And next we have to map the actual mark fields to these search fields, which you do in the second tab, for example, for bibliographic data, which is a very, very long table. You can see, for example, for author, you have like a lot of fields that could be indexed as author. And here I edited like the latitude and longitude with the 034S and 034T fields. And if you want to have like a unimark or some other field, you can just edit here, okay? So it's not like we didn't implement this to only work with these fields, but we're using the Koha infrastructure to map arbitrary mark fields to arbitrary search fields. So you still have all of the flexibility. Then you must always make sure that your framework, which is like, I don't know, the interface you use to edit books or something, allows editing of this. So you have to go to this other form in your setup thing and check this box editor, so you can actually edit this field in the editor, and the same for subfield T. So now you can actually start to enter the geospatial data. You go to the book, you click on edit, you scroll around until you find this field, and then you can enter your data. So, yeah. If you save it, this will, in recent versions of Koha, will automatically be indexed by Elasticsearch. So you save, and like a fraction of a second later, you can already query it. We can first test this without using Koha by just calling Elasticsearch directly, because Elasticsearch has a REST API. So you call this endpoint with some data. The data you see here is basically the same I showed earlier. That's just like the JSON representation of the query, where you say you want everything in the distance of 100 kilometers of that point, and then you get back some data. Because in my Koha testing Docker local thing, I added like locations to two books, and now I'm finding those two books. I'll show it in a minute. So Koha provides this Elasticsearch indexer with field data in a very long list, looking like this. So you get like title, and then all of the data, and latitude and longitude, which we just edit like this. But Elasticsearch, because that's like using this Geosearch geodata point, wants the data in a different format, like this. So it's not a key value pair, it's a key and a nested data structure. So we need to write some code to extract this data from this list and convert it into this other format, which is this code. I'm not going into too much detail here. Just get the geopoint fields, figure out if it's a latitude and longitude field, do some ugly Regexp matching stuff, get the data, and then just basically move it around. So that's converting this data into that data. And if you use this data, send it to Elasticsearch, it will get indexed correctly. Maybe not very beautiful, the code, but it works. Maybe we can work on making it beautiful later. I'm not sure. I mean, as I said, I'm just started very recently with Koha, and I have this feeling that a lot of this search thing is still a little bit, I don't know, complicated by having Zebra backward compatibility or compatibility at all. No, okay, I know, because in we found this nice comment in the source code. Because okay, I'm coming to this in a minute. It's so Elasticsearch. Sorry, the slide's in the wrong order, basically. So Koha builds like a search query in a one long string, but Elasticsearch also has like a structured DSL which you can use to do proper queries. And here was this comment that maybe later we can convert this into the more robust and powerful DSL thingy. So maybe now is later, I don't know. Because as I said, Elasticsearch actually wants to use this highly structured DSL to formulate your search queries. You use this format where you say, okay, for example, match. That's I'd probably say it's going to be answered in the next slide, but answer.
Oh, right. Does Elasticsearch have any performance difference when you do it the two different ways?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think it will convert. So is there a performance query between this way and the other way, which I'm going to show in a minute? Okay. So what this does is, because Elasticsearch has like two different things. One is searching for full text. So if you use this must match title thing, it means does the title contain the string search anywhere in the title? That's like a fuzzy search, and you can use snowballing and stemming and whatever you want to fine-tune this. Same for the content. So this thing search for title contains search and content contains Elasticsearch. But the filters don't use like fuzzy searching. They're like hard lookups on an index, basically. So this has to be the status is like an enum that can have 10 states, and it has to be exactly that state. Same for ranges for dates, for example, and also the same for the geo stuff. And using all of those things, you can have like very nice queries which match exactly what you are searching for. Elasticsearch also provides this query string query, where you can basically say, okay, you have a query string and that looks like this, which is just one long string using like a Boolean thing, what you would enter into a search form, basically. And you say, okay, this searches on the field of content. And it also supports named fields and ranges, so you can do like this kind of queries, which is sort of the same as we've seen earlier. So you're searching for title contains Helsinki and status is published and published date is blah, blah, blah. And I think, if I read the code correctly, that Koha uses this thing to search. So Koha takes whatever you input it, converts it into that string, which looks similar to what Zebra uses, and sends it to Elasticsearch. And I don't know if the performance of this is, it is. Yeah, okay. So, okay. Shall I just repeat it? So you said it's like the Zebra format. Okay. And I'm not sure if the performance of this is worse than the performance of using the other thing. I would assume that internally Elasticsearch converts this into the other format, so maybe it's a little bit slower, but there will only be like the parsing of the query and not like the actual searching. Yeah, but this is not as powerful as the proper search DSL. I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen advanced Elasticsearch query. You just open it and you see blank space because all of the things is in the net so wide away, because it's like 20 levels deep that you just don't see it on your default editor. Anyway, and additionally, this geodistance thing is not supported by the query string query. Just not supported. So we started to build this thing, and maybe this can be a starting point for using like proper structured Elasticsearch queries in Koha itself, instead of going through this other Zebra thing. Maybe not, I don't know. I'm only going to hand wave over this a little bit, but we identify some parts of the search query that should be used in the DSL, and then we remove them from the query string query, and then convert them to the proper filter DSL, and then rewrite the query to use the filter. So that's a subset of the code. It's ugly and not really 100% correct, I guess, but it was enough for the prototype to prove to the customer that yes, it's working in theory, give us more money, and we can implement it properly. So we're looking for this geolocation for fields, do some matching and splitting to get the latitude, the longitude, and the distance from the query. Generate this data structure I showed you earlier, and add this to the filter. And the idea would be that, for example, here you could have a date range query, could also use something like that. Okay? Another question? Yes. And another question or comment? I don't know. Okay.
Well, In fact, the most standard way of Koha building is not to use something like advanced query field like type, but system preference, geoquery on, that probably in description, geoquery only on Elasticsearch, not backward compatibility with Koha, with Zebra.
So yeah, there was a question about, or a comment about using a system preference. I'll come to that, and Jonathan has another comment.
Yeah, two things. I don't think we have a guideline for new features added to the search engine, but I think it's alright to add something to Elastic and not to Zebra, especially if it's not supported by Zebra anyway. A second thing is this should be a plugin, but not a Koha plugin. A Koha Elastic plugin, something like that. So you could have a geoloc plugin that you will attach to a field. So you have your geolocalization field with the mark mapping, and this field will use this plugin. So you won't have to hack the query builder PM, but it will be, the code will be separated.
Yeah. Okay. So,
but we need to build this system, this plugin system. So that's
okay. So yeah,
that's how it should be done.
Okay. I'll come back to you later. Yeah, and then this just revives the query. So to using this, as already was suggested, of course, all of this is hidden behind a system preference called Geosearch. So you go to there, and then you enable this thing. So it's a feature flag. Only if you turn this on. Currently, that's only like for the search interface. But if you can pull everything into a plugin, yeah, I'm happy to do that. And if you activate this on the search thing, you have this new box down there, which is ugly and not how anybody wants it. But again, this is just a prototype. And yeah, you enter some latitude and longitude, and you hit search, and then you actually get back the two data books I entered first, including a nice map. The map is rendered using leaflet. Yeah, you have the list below, and then of course you click on the pin and get information on the book, and then you click on the book, and then you jump into the search result. Okay. Yay, we did it. Yeah, we also added a new API endpoint, which was pointless, more or less, to load the latitude and longitude of the search result so we can display it on the map. I talked about it yesterday, and already learned that there's a much smarter way to implement this API endpoint than we did in our, we don't know what we are doing, we just copy and paste old code and hack a little bit on it until it works method. Just anyway, so that's the bug. It seemed to be quite ready, but the more I spend time at the conference, the less ready it gets. Maybe we can turn that around again tomorrow. Especially in the case of the search form and some other stuff. Yeah, maybe we can fix it on Tuesday. So, any more questions? Or was everybody already happy to? Yeah. Wait for the microphone.
So, I actually have a couple of questions.
Okay.
First of all, can you just can you go to internet, like open a web page?
Yeah, to prove it, here it's actually running on my machine, so it's actually implemented, not just screen jobs.
So if
So
you
where do you
go
want to
to demo FR.
That?
No. Okay. Demo FR.
You know, it's an English keyboard?
Yeah.
Okay. Ah, okay. Oh, it was already there.
AFI dash SA.com. Net. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9  10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 157 158 159 1 So, oh, crap. So this is, it's not Koha's OPAC.
Yep.
It's Buckley OPAC, so I've been giving a presentation
Mhm.
about what it is yesterday afternoon. So we have a visual for like geographic search somehow.
Mhm.
So that was just to show
Yep.
a bit of things. And I have questions. Okay, so first of all, how did you choose between doing a patch bug or a plugin?
Well, we figured out that we need to have a patch to actually add this geo field and stuff like that.
Okay.
And then initially we actually, I think we tried to have a plugin like for the output thing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So it's more like technical constraints,
I'm not-
things not available in the plugin system.
I guess, I'm not 100% sure, but I guess that, I mean, there was like a database change needed to get this new geo point into the field of available search types. I'm not sure if it's, I mean, I guess it's possible that you can have like a plugin in the plugin instruction, tell the people to use this SQL query to initiate it, but I guess that's not useful. I don't know. And we thought it's like a nice feature to like add to the project in total.
So just found out.
Yep.
I was also wondering. So you have some spatial data, but what do they represent? Like, is it like where the story of the book occurs? Is it where the book was written or published? And
It's scientific data about rocks.
Yeah.
So most of the time it's where are those rocks they're talking about located.
Okay.
So it's like what the book is about, not.
this is like one use case.
Yeah,
And
of
you
course,
have
that's their use case. If you want to have like, if you want to index, this is a book about New York, go ahead. I mean, it's like.
So I was thinking, it could be a great improvement, like to have to be able to index multiple geographic data, like geo story, geo published, geo written, or whatever. So, like you could
I guess, yes.
have different maps.
Yeah.
in,
Yeah,
okay.
and that, one other thing that we were talking about, but I didn't do it in here, is to not index like the actual book, but maybe have like authorities that are also geo-indexed, and then just have the book link to the authority. But the point is, I mean, you could maybe do a lot of this by just using like tags and say, okay, this is about Helsinki, and you know where Helsinki is, but they explicitly wanted to not only find like Helsinki, but stuff that's around the same
Right.
area.
Just,
Yeah.
okay,
Okay.
I'm done.
Okay,
Thank
great,
you.
thanks.
So any more questions?
Okay, okay, one more, yeah. Is this in time? Yeah.
It's awesome that we have time and we have people.
One question. You said you search for geolocation for books related to a place. In Mark, subjects are authorities.
Okay.
So wouldn't it be more relevant to do the geosearch on authorities?
Yes, I was
Yeah.
trying to talk about this like 1 minute ago.
Okay.
Yeah. So yes, so one idea would be to not index the book but the authority, or maybe add the geodata to the authority, and when indexing,
And then
copy the
index,
data from the
yeah.
authority into the book, and again index it with the book, because that's the idea of the index, to store, get all of the data. Because I don't think that you can. I think you cannot do a join between two tables in Zebra. or
That's
something, but
something we
yeah.
should improve in Elasticsearch probably in the
Yeah.
long term.
Yeah.
And just to update what I said at the beginning, in Unimark that would be in authorities field 1, 2, 3.
Authority field
Pretty
1, 2, 3.
easy
Okay.
in authorities.
1, 2, 3. Okay. Like my password.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say I think it will be a nice addition to Koha, and I saw the educators over there get excited as well. So we won. Okay. And also that there is a feature that pulls in data from authorities for the sea also. So
Yeah.
maybe if you get there, look at that first
Okay.
to see how it's done.
Okay.
Thank you for all the questions. We're kind of running out of time now.
Okay.
So actually, this is more a question for Julien. So, what makes you think it should be a plugin and not in main Koha? Like, it's a way to improve the plugin system? No.
It should be a plugin in Koha. We have done that for Solar 10 years ago, actually. So we had the plugin system. So you can have processing on different fields. And we had the plugin for ISBN, we had a plugin for titles, plugin for different stuff. And so you could have a Koha plugin that will add elastic plugin to add to different fields.
Okay.
Thank you so much. We have
Thanks.
officially run out of time. Thank you. And for you people watching at home, I'm sorry, but the next one is offline. So please join us again after this next topic. Thank you.
Yeah, and thanks for the feedback. And as I said, this was like a prototype, so
we'll be waiting for this mic to wake up as well. So it is 11 sharp now if you wish to start. But for those of you who are watching the stream, there's only a couple of people here.
Salve. Hello, welcome. Step into my office. We're having a one-on-one.
I think you have the mute on now.
Oh yeah.
And now it should be on. Welcome, welcome.
Right. Yes. Sounds like it's on.
Well, it's already 1 minute past,
Okay.
so
Well, let's get started.
okay.
Hello, everyone. My name's Julien, and I'm going to talk about turning humans into developers in a post-COVID world. I work for a company that makes HR software in London, but I am German, and I've always been interested in training people. So my current role is to lead a team of junior developers, where we started with basically no junior people in the team, and I've built up a process to make more developers. And I'm going to talk about how to do that when we are remote first in a world where we used to go to the office and now we don't. Yesterday Alex spoke about training sessions. That was great. I enjoyed that talk. My talk is not about going somewhere and delivering a training. My talk is about this whole process of we're going to have people in-house that we build up to be full members of our teams. It's also not about remote work, but more like dealing with training when you are not physically in the office most of the time. I have done most of this talk in the past in different versions. There are at least 3 different individual talks around that make up parts of this, but I thought for the slightly different audience here, I would do like a full walkthrough. So if you've seen part of this before, maybe there is a little bit of a different spin on how to do it remotely. And if you want to drill down in some of what I say, there's going to be a link to my website which has all of the talks I've given in the past as recordings, so you can look at the individual bits. Please hold questions until the end. I hope there is nothing unclear, so I won't have to expand. But I hope we can have a discussion at the end. I do like to waffle, so we'll see how far we get. So first of all, quick show of hands. Who of you is a developer? Just leave your hand up. Great, okay, that's almost everyone apart from Kuroba, who's reading his laptop. It's fine, raise your hand. You're a developer, thank you. And who of you has trained as a developer? So did you go through formal training to become a developer? Interesting. There's 2, but one of them isn't a developer now. Okay, so formal training can be lots of different things. In some cases it means university, but as I said, I've come from Germany, where there is an apprenticeship which lasts 3 years, and you usually go and find the company and they hire you, and then you work for them and they pay you, and at the same time you go to a vocational school. People who do this have usually not got much prior tech knowledge. They're just smart enough to do a tech job, but many of them have done some programming in the past, but also many haven't. It usually means companies will decide what kind of tech you learn. In my case, my CV said, well, I've done some PHP. I'm sorry. And the guy who interviewed me said, we do Perl here. It's not that we don't like PHP or something. It's just that Perl was around. So that's how I ended up in Perl. As far as I understand, in Finland, there are apprenticeships, but there doesn't seem to be an apprenticeship track for tech that I have found. So it seems like it's more common to either go to university and then get actively recruited, is what I've been told, that there are enough companies that they actually go after people, which is nice, or that you just get hired on merit because you know your stuff even if you haven't gone to university, which is great. The UK does not have much faith in people who haven't paid to go to university. So that's very different. What I'll be talking about, though, is whether you should train your own developers, regardless of where you are. So again, the UK has a slightly different system where it's more about university. But in university, you often don't learn how to be a developer. You learn how to be a student at university and know some stuff about computer science, which is not the same. So I will be talking about how to make developers. And I can't tell you if you should train your own developers, but what I will tell you is whether it makes sense to do so. So why would you train? In the past, I would have said, you know, our office is in Wimbledon, that's not in central London, it takes 45 minutes to get there from the center. If you're on the other side of town, that's like a 1.5 hour commute each way, that's not fun. Of course, now we mostly work from home, so that doesn't apply anymore. So there's other reasons. For example, you can't find developers because there aren't any, because the Perl developer breed is slowly dying out, unfortunately. We're all sadly getting older. So it's tricky to hire them. People don't want to change their languages. It seems like it's unappealing, although your location might be unappealing if you still go to the physical office. But if you make your own, there are lots of people who want to be developers. There are many of them, and many of them aren't exactly picky because there are many more people than there are jobs. So I'm not saying you can trick them into learning Perl, but I'm saying you can pick people up who haven't got enough experience yet to decide what they want to do, and they are grateful for getting good training. So if you deliver good training, you get loyal employees. And also, yeah, you can't be picky, that's the problem. If there aren't enough developer positions, then how can you be picky? So what level should we hire on? In a typical apprenticeship system, you would go for like straight out of school, A-levels, high school, Abitur, Matura, whatever that's called. But these people are usually a little bit less mature. So if you can hire graduates of some kind of STEM subject, so anything that's like math or engineering or software related is great. Bootcamp graduates are a thing. They're becoming much more popular, where people pay to do a 3-month intensive class on software development, and then they come out knowing how to use Git more or less, and having seen an IDE before, and with some level of confidence, and sadly sometimes also some form of entitlement, because I've paid £10,000 for this class, I surely have to get a job now. But you know, there's still people you still have to check whether they're actually good at what they think they're doing. Right. The other option, of course, is hiring junior developers who've already done a different language. They might have 1 or 2 years of experience, but there are downsides to this because they might like this other language, like Node.js or Python or Java that they've done in their previous lives, and there are lots of jobs for those. Why should they come and learn yet another language where they go from being reasonable to being a complete beginner again? And that often doesn't work out, so I tend to stay away from them. And of course, another option is career changers who, say, for example, have done something completely unrelated to tech, like being a teacher or being a chef or being anything that doesn't have computers in it. And they want to get into tech, and then they're really grateful to get trained properly. So I think go for someone who has less previous experience, because that way you can shape them more. What you need to do in order to build your own people development program is very clear interview processes at first. So by process, I mean you should know who is going to do what questions am I going to ask, how many people do I want to hire, how much time do I want to invest to hire them, and how much time am I going to invest afterwards into them, what kind of requirements do I have. If we can't find exactly what we want, are we going to keep looking? Are we going to lower the bar and take what we can find? How urgent is this for us? Exact specifications of what the role is going to be, so you can tell people this is what you will expect, or this is what you can expect. You need to be clear on your work contracts, how this is going to work. You need to talk to your people team and your whoever decides what salaries are. You need to have a budget for their salary as well as the cost of hiring, because that is your time and your people team's time, and time is money in companies. So you can't do something else while you spend 2 or 3 weeks hiring someone. And as I said, it's the most important thing I think to answer is whether you want someone right now or you want them when you find the right one. So how urgent is this? Answer all of this up front, and then the whole process will be fairly straightforward. Then you need to set expectations. There are, in my opinion, 3 different groups that you need to set expectations for. There is your team, so the other developers. They need to come with an open mind, with patience, and with a willingness to explain, because they might not be used to having people who don't know all the answers yet, and they might find it's hard work to having to explain the basics, but that's how we learn. So they need to be on board with doing that. Your management needs to be aware that yes, someone needs to invest time into training them. That might be you, that might be someone else, you might have a group effort, but the time you spend training this person up is going to be time you're not banging out tickets. So like, your management needs to be aware there is an investment up front, and then there's going to be a greater return of investment. But it takes time. And your stakeholders, which are usually the people that want the software that you make, they need to be on board with the fact that probably they're going to have to explain a lot more, like more business logic, more stuff. People are going to have lots of questions. They're going to not understand immediately. But they usually love this kind of thing because it means they get all of the low priority features that your expensive developers don't have the time to do. So all the stuff that kind of like dies a slow death at the bottom of the backlog suddenly gets done because it's the kind of small features that your new developer, like junior developer team can deliver, and that's great. So let's talk about hiring at entry level. First of all, you need to source candidates. So I said I work in a company that makes HR software. So like our product is an ATS, an applicant tracking system. So forgive me for using the HR lingo of how to hire. So sourcing candidates means where did you get people from that apply to you? Well, it used to be that you had to do all kinds of stuff. When I got my qualification for being a trainer in Germany, they taught us about, sourcing them from local advertising. You can make postcards that you can put into restaurants and then they can take them for free, and it's like has funny notes on them. Or you can have advertising in the local tram. Yeah, forget all of that. You don't need it anymore. There is a whole internet full of people who want to be software developers. You put your job on your website. LinkedIn and Indeed will go and scrape them. So you don't necessarily even need to pay for those. You can, but if you want to rank higher. But honestly, you probably don't need to. They'll just scrape them and people will run your door in. The last time I've advertised a role, a couple of months ago, we had to close it after a week because we had 200 applications and I had to screen all of them. So I was like, right, that's enough. 200 is more than enough. I'm just going to stop. And if they're all not very high quality, I just open it up again and get another 100 or 200. So you don't need to spend a lot of money to get quality candidates at this point, but you need to spend a lot of time to weed through the ones to find the quality ones. Then next there is interviewing. There is, in my opinion, a good approach is to do at least 2 rounds of interviews. What I usually do first, before the things here on the slides, is I let the people team do a phone screen. So I screen all of the applicants by reading their CVs, looking at their GitHub, if they have one. As I ask specifically, do you have a GitHub account? What's the link? Do you have a Stack Overflow account? What's the link? So I can look at what kind of stuff they've already done. I look at their Git history, if they have GitHub. Is it like, here's my university project, bulk upload with drag and drop? Or is it lots of nice commits? That tells me a lot about what they already know, how they work, and how they think. And if they have Stack Overflow or some mailing lists or something, I can see how eloquent they are, how good they are at talking about tech and talking to others. And then at some point I have enough of them to say, right, let's talk to them. So I ask my people team to do a basic phone screen, 20-minute phone conversation, to see if they can hold a basic conversation and to see if their CV is aligns with what they're talking about. And then we usually have like a couple of them left, 5, 6. We go into a classic interview, which is now remote. So it's just a video call. That's usually an hour long. There's someone from the people team there, which I think creates a good dynamic of, tech person, non-tech person. We ask typical generic interview questions, like, can you tell us about a time where you were unhappy with your work and what did you do? Or where you had a conflict with someone else and how did you resolve it? And then we do some technical questions, which are very generic, because you can't expect them to know Perl, you can't expect them to know any specific technology. Some of them might have come from computer science degree, maybe a physics degree, maybe a math degree, maybe they've done a boot camp. So you never know. What I like is open questions such as, here is a table that looks like an Excel table. It has songs, it's an unnormalized database. Imagine we are, insert large streaming provider here. Do you think this makes sense? And if we wanted to search for a song, would that be efficient? And then just talk, have a conversation about it, and maybe they will come up with, this should be normalized, this should be 3 tables, that kind of thing, so that you can have this conversation to see, if they don't know it, that's fine, but can you get them to work it out? Can you build rapport, and can you get along with them? Because that's going to be your job later on with them. If that doesn't work, they're not the right candidate. And at that point, maybe 2 or 3 stick out, so you invite them again, and then I like a technical challenge where I used to invite them to the office for a whole trial day, give them a desk. That doesn't work anymore. While we still have an office, I could go there and do that. It would be a bit weird if there's no one else there, because our tech team just doesn't go there anymore. We only go there when there's budget for the pub. It means I don't get a free lunch out of it anymore. That's a bit of a shame. It was always nice taking them to the steakhouse for lunch. Take some of the existing people in the team along, see how that works. Yeah, from home we don't do that, so instead I've taken the project and I've ported it so I can easily recreate it. What I've got is a very small code base that looks like a tiny mini application form for the job that they're applying to, incidentally, the first instance of that job. It's just a 1-page form, and there are a couple of tickets. It's in GitLab. I restore a repository, including all of its old commits, all of its ticket numbers, and I ask them to come with a GitLab account prepared. I give them access. I give them a virtual machine that we host somewhere in the cloud that they can SSH into, or they can use VS Code to go into. I'll explain about VS Code a bit later. And then I watch them code for 3 hours, and I talk them through things. And it's like super simple tickets, like here's the application form, there's a bug report, it says zip code, but we're in the UK, people don't know what that is, it should say postcode. And then I watch them try to find the right template file and change 1 word. And that is really insightful, because if they've done a bootcamp before, they're going to know VS Code. They're going to do Control-Shift-F. They're going to type zip. They're going to be right. It's this file. I'll change this word. I'll restart my thing. It's done. And if they've done a master's in computer science, they'll probably open every file and look by hand. I'm not kidding. So yeah, this is really nice. And then the tickets get gradually a little bit more challenging, up to the point where they have to write a couple of lines of Perl code in an existing file. That's like a little dancer project where they can basically copy and paste 1 block of if, figure out how do I do Boolean logic, and how do I do like a negated match, and so all of that is easily findable by reading documentation and Googling a bit, and that's not like write new code. It's not very hard, but it exposes them to Perl a little bit, to template toolkit. There's some HTML and CSS things. There are some things that are not visible in the ticket, but maybe there's a bug, and then they find this extra bug, there's extra credit. I've got a whole document that explains every single answer to every problem and how, like what I expect to test there. I've got another talk where I explain this in great detail. If you're interested, you can look at that. What I gain from this is to see how well I work with them. And for them, and that's the really important bit, they see what it's like to work with us, and they see what it's like to be a developer. And I've had people be really good at this, and then afterwards say, thank you, this is so much better than doing homework. I actually didn't enjoy this. I can't imagine myself doing this job for 8 hours every day. I'm going to go and try something else. Like, thank you so much for not wasting my time. And then they drop out, and I'm a bit sad, but I'm also happy that they didn't realize this 3 months in, and then I have to start over. So it's very, very useful. Yeah, so if you want to learn more, find my other talk where I explain the whole thing in detail. So now we've hired someone, we have to onboard them. Starting remotely is very hard. Some of you may have done this during the more severe part of the pandemic. But it's the new normal, we have to do it. So I've hired 2 people during the UK lockdown when we were like not allowed to leave the house, or in various phases of that time. And then I've hired 2 more since we've been back to normal, which means go to the office every 6 weeks when there is a budget for the pub. But we've also hired some people who are not even in London, so they're somewhere in the UK, and it's a bit more tricky for them to come to the office. So at this point, I've met all of them. Yeah, you can't expect to immediately know how tall they are, because you're probably not going to see them in real life for a while. So when they're new, you have to make them feel really welcome, and make sure that they feel connected right away. So try and meet them if you can, but include them in stuff. Kind of force them to go to meetings, force them to go to a couple of invite them to go to a couple of meetings that are maybe not relevant every time for them, but it gets them a chance to be introduced to people. And of course, it's really useful that now every time someone speaks in a meeting, their name is right there. So you can learn people's names and voices, even if you can't learn their faces. And you want to give them support. So you talk to them all of the time. You check in with them regularly. Maybe some companies do this. You could assign a buddy, like you're new, this person is your designated friend now. If you have questions, you can talk to them, and they're going to hold your hand and check in regularly. And I think that works really well. I kind of see myself as that person for all the people in my team, because most of them are career starters. They've not worked anywhere else before, so I try to be that person for them, if I can. But I also, when we hired senior people who I already know, I try to tend to include them in all of the stuff I do for the junior team. It's like a daily stand-up, which I'll talk about in a bit, just because our senior team doesn't do that kind of stuff. They all just hack for themselves, and they only meet every 2 weeks, so it gives them a sense of being connected. Supporting them is really important. Yeah, try and build some kind of bond, either with them directly or between your existing people and the new people. So now we've hired someone, now we have to talk about training and mentoring. And that's 2 different things. We'll find out how. So another question for you. Think back to your very first day at your first tech job. Just take a moment and imagine what that was like. What did you do? I don't want you to answer it, I just want you to think about it. And then tell me, at that time when you went home, were you looking forward to the next day? I was. I came straight out of university, which I'd quit because I hated it, because I was rubbish at it. And I had, at that point, I was feeling like I was a total failure and I couldn't do anything, and I just basically gone to be nocturnal and play World of Warcraft for weeks. So I'd asked the company that hired me, can I please start like 4 months early instead of when the apprenticeship starts in August? I have time now, can I just do an internship before or something? You don't have to pay me. They did pay me, and I was there 4 months early, and on my very first day, I was given a computer, a desk, I had like 1 other person in this room, it was great, and then someone gave me a task to, here's a competitor website, find all the prices and the products and return a list, write a function. So of course I passed HTML with Regexp, as you do when you start, and the next morning the guy put it into production, and suddenly I'd gone from basically achieving nothing in university to I've rolled out a thing, and this multi-million euro company is now using this code I just wrote, and that was brilliant. So I always strive to make the first couple of days, especially an experience where they want to come back. And then incidentally, a few months later, I then finally went to school, to the vocational school, and the guy who sat next to me, I asked him, what do you do at work? And he said, well, so I work in this agency, and they sometimes allow me to write websites. And at that point, I was talking to other companies and building APIs. Yeah. That's the difference in how much you invest. But now we are remote. So lots of people don't go to the office anymore, which of course means your hiring pool is much bigger, as we already have talked about. But you are, as a new person that just starts out, you are lonely. You're at home, you're maybe, and we'll get to this in a bit, but you'll maybe still living with your parents, you're in a room, and suddenly you work from the same room that you sleep in, and that's really hard. So it's lonely, and you can't bond with new coworkers. So it's not as great as it sounds, not having to commute. Maybe in London it is quite good not to have to commute. However, I think in a town like Helsinki, where maybe your commute is a 10-minute bicycle ride, or 15-minute bicycle ride, or one of those wonderful trams or undergrounds that seem to run all the time, then that's pretty cool to go to the office. But you're at home because your company is remote. Maybe your company doesn't have an office. Maybe they've gone to sometimes going to a co-working space. So yeah, you have to deal with these things, and that's part of your job. So that takes us to mentoring. Mentoring is not just about work. There is a lot more stuff that comes with it. This is a slide from my very first version of a talk like this. Your role as a mentor is a lot of roles. You wear a lot of hats. You're a teacher, I'm just going to read it out. You're a manager, you're a boss, you're a role model, you're a motivator, a parent sometimes, because usually people who start out in their career are often quite young. And you're their friend. It's important to also be their friend. So just quickly, teacher, obviously, you teach them all the things they need to learn. The manager, you're the one who approves their holiday. You're the one who says you have to work on this, you have to work on that. I think the boss hat is if stuff doesn't go so well, and sometimes you need to, point them in the right direction. Hopefully not very often. The role model bit is what's really hard remotely. As in the office, you just do the work, and they watch you do the work, and observing is a really good way of learning. Remotely, you have to be very verbose about stuff, and we'll get to that. Motivating people is really important. And then, as I said, when they're quite young, they don't have much life experience. They don't know much about being professional yet. Maybe it's the first time in a virtual office. And getting along with them is really important. So you build rapport. You try to be friends with your coworkers. Why not be friends with the ones that are slightly younger than you are? How do you do that from home? So you want to talk to people regularly. You use things like your chat. You have meetings, obviously. If they have questions, you have to have lots of time. You have to be available. I think if you get a question and you're not doing something, you're interruptible, don't bother with chat. Just send them a video invite in whichever way that works. In your tooling, we use G Suite, so I have to say, send the video link, and then they click it, and we both join it. And that works really well. Always encourage questions. Always respond. If you're in a meeting, respond with, hey, I'm sorry, I'm in a meeting, I'll get back to you. And if they've sent you a question, which of course is better than saying, hey, do you have time? So I encourage them to ask the questions directly. No hello. You can quickly glance at the question and say, right, go and ask this question. This person. I'm busy, but this person knows the answer. So that they don't have to sit around and feel like they're being a nuisance. Of course, you have to help them help themselves. So often they don't message. Sometimes, well, I try to do this at least once a day. Like during the day, I just message everyone in my team. Go like, hey, how's it going? What are you doing? Do you need anything? Are you all right? Offer help. Or just, you want to show me what you're working on, which is easier if you just wander around the office. You get up to get a cup of tea. You can just stand behind them and have a little look and go like, there's a semicolon missing. That's why it's not compiling. And then wander off again. That is gone. You're at home. You can't see their screens. Not legally anyway. So you have to ask for it. And you also have to be much more patient than you used to have to be. You now have to wait for them to respond. You have fewer tools available to point at the screen or to explain stuff. Just, let's get a piece of paper or whiteboard is much harder now. So I bought a graphic tablet, a cheap graphic tablet that I can draw diagrams with in whiteboarding software. That's really, really useful. My handwriting still hasn't improved, but at least I can make arrows with a pen. So brilliant. But you have to be patient because stuff is harder to understand. You need to learn the right language to describe things on the screen if you're not sat in front of the same screen. And you can be frustrated. And it's okay to be frustrated with that. But luckily, you're on the other side of the screen so they can't see you be frustrated. If you're biting your fist, you're still nice. You're still friendly. maybe your camera is off so you can, punch the wall if you have to, but you don't, oh, there's a question. No. Yes. You go get your microphone, I will stop.
I can recommend not punching walls. There are 3 modes I've encountered too. If it's solid, it really hurts for weeks. If it's studding and you get lucky, you make a hole in it. And if you're very lucky, you don't get in trouble for that. And the one I haven't fortunately encountered is if it's studding with the actual hitting the metal studs, I think you go to hospital.
Thank
Do
you.
not advise punching walls.
Thank you, Nicholas, for sharing your life experience. This is great. See, that's the thing you're missing out on. If you're not in the office, you can't observe your coworkers doing stupid shit and then not do it yourself. So that's a downside of working from home. Thank you, Nicholas. Yeah, so you have to be patient. If someone doesn't understand something, explain it again in a different way. Saying the same thing louder and slower doesn't help. You have to find a different way to explain it. If that doesn't work, you draw it. And if that doesn't work, you make it into smaller steps. And eventually they'll get it, and that's okay. But if you just show them how to do it, let me just quickly do it for you, that is not going to work. I mean, it's going to work, but they're not going to learn anything, and they'll just rely on you solving their problems, and that's counterproductive. And lastly, you have to be interested in the person, not just in the work. I always like sharing stuff, you may have noticed. Sometimes I go on little explaining sprees. So if we talk about stuff like, I've bought this new gadget, they're telling me something they've bought, and then I end up explaining how USB cables work, or the USB bus, because I had to learn that in school, and the UK doesn't have this kind of vocational school. So I'm like, yay, let's talk about different USB standards and things, or about how hard drives work, or hard drives used to work back when they were proper hard drives, or the OSI model, or stuff like that. And I tried to get all of this knowledge that I had to get, and I occasionally find useful. I try to get that in whenever I can, even though they don't have to learn it, but at some point it'll be useful. So I try to do it, which is mentoring. Now, let's move on to training from home. You don't just help them, you need to have a plan. I'd like to look at how to have a plan and how to execute the plan. You obviously also have to stay connected, so let's see how. I'd start with staying connected. So we'll do the execution first, the simple bits. So I do daily stand-ups with my whole team. We used to not do these when we went to the office because there were lots of us, we didn't have a space to do it, and the larger technical team didn't care about it. Everyone worked on their own stuff. So there wasn't really a benefit to people knowing what the others would work on. But if you're all remote, and lots of you are fairly new, and have no clue what anything is, then doing a 10-minute meeting where you have like some kind of reports, your ticket system, whether it's Jira or something else. In my case, it's Track, which I had a lovely conversation about yesterday about how old that is, but we actually can make it work. So I share my screen, I show the board, and we talk about what everyone is working on. And sometimes other people, speak up and go like, oh, I've had that same problem, I know how to solve this. And you have to cultivate that culture. And then they start talking to each other. And I hope they're watching the talk right now. I think we've probably, at the end of the talk, the stand-up starts. So see how many questions we have. If you have to skip out of the presentation, you have to go do your stand-up. You're allowed to, have to stand up later today. Yeah, so I think this is really useful. And every time we hire a new senior person, I offer them to join the trainee stand-up for a bit, which not only makes them feel more connected, it only gets them to know a couple of people. And naturally, new people usually bond with new people. That works in the office, that works remotely as well. But it gives the trainees an opportunity to observe someone really experienced talking about their work. And that is a thing that they can't do anymore day to day because there's no one there to talk about anything. So yeah, daily stand-up, really important. You should do it. Then there's code reviews. So again, you can't stand behind people and just look at how they work. So you have to very deliberately go and do that. In the same way that you do pair programming, which I'll be talking about next. Code review is part of our dev process. Every line of code we write has to be reviewed. But our senior developers are not always very keen on doing that, not even for their own, like each other stuff, because they have lots of stuff to do. And I remember I spent quite a lot of time doing code reviews when I joined there, because I enjoyed doing it. But of course, like your trainees aren't going to be qualified to review this massive diff. But equally, it's going to be a bit sad if no one reviews the stuff they've spent a few days working on. And you might not want to have two fairly new people review each other's code, because that's going to go wrong. Or let's say they might both learn something from it, but they might miss stuff. So if you have to do that, you should probably read everything first. That's what I typically do. If there's someone very new, if they've been there less than a year, I usually look at the stuff they've done, but then I'm not the one reviewing it, because I've very likely helped them do it, which means I shouldn't be, like the process sort of excludes me from being the one to say, yes, this is approved. So then I find someone else to review it. We do assign people to do the reviews that are within the scope of our capabilities every morning in the stand-up. So we go through the list of things that need to be reviewed, and I pick people out and volunteer them. Sometimes they volunteer themselves, which is nice. And I also do mob code reviews, which are quite good. So if there's something larger, I would suggest let's all meet, or let's like a couple of us meet, and we go through this, and then either I drive the review and I explain it, because it's complicated code, and it's always fun explaining code someone else has written when you see it for the first time to people who don't understand the code. I very much enjoy that. Or I decide, okay, this person has written this code. You're gonna review this, and you're gonna take this newer person with you and explain it to them. And I think they like it. They haven't complained. Maybe I don't see them complaining because we're all remote. I don't know, but I think they like it. So yeah, code reviews, important. And then pair programming, which is also very important. It's your most powerful tool. It's much easier to point out stuff is missing if you can see what they're doing than if you just get pastes in chat. So I try to meet everyone twice a week for a scheduled 1-hour pair programming slot, which is of course very different to just wandering over in the office. We have fixed times, because that means they can be prepared. Sometimes we just work on whatever ticket they just work on. Sometimes I just jump on the call with them, and they do their thing, and I do my thing, and occasionally there's a question, and otherwise we just have a conversation where we both do other work. For someone more experienced, that works really well. Maybe they bring a specific problem and say, right, I got stuck here, let's just look at that. Or I've done most of this ticket, can you sanity check what I've done? And that's really nice. But sometimes we even skip it, because they're like, right, I'm just doing this really mundane thing. Have the meeting back. Let's both have the time back. What I do usually is I use VS Code. Most of our developers now use VS Code. Some still use Vim and Emacs. They're very well configured. They're very good at using them, and that's fine. I try to teach my new developers a little bit of Vim, just so that they can write commit messages and stuff without using a GUI. But VS Code, it has a plugin called LiveShare, which basically turns your entire project into a massive Google Doc, where you can work on the same files, plural, with multiple people at the same time. And that is so incredibly powerful. If I don't have to read out line numbers all the time, if I say, oh yeah, like on line 917, if you do this, I can just select it, and they can see where I've selected and highlight it. It's tempting to, just change something, but you shouldn't do that, because you never take the keyboard. Really important. Alex said that yesterday as well. So don't get tempted, but use it in a good way. And then, of course, you share your screen, because there's a browser, there's a terminal, there's some other stuff, maybe a database connection or something, so you can talk about stuff. I found when we first went remote, there was a feeling of that I'm trying to surveil them, that this is like I'm checking in on them, are they really doing work? So we talked a lot about that. That's not the case. But for newer people, that expectation isn't even there. We've done the interview in the same way, so it makes sense, and they've already seen that this is a useful tool, so they look forward to it. And it's really funny when sometimes I jump in with someone and they have a problem, and they talk at me for 2 minutes about their problem, and I say, you're not sharing your screen? You forgot to share your screen. Oh. Okay. And yeah, it's so normal now to do this. It's the most powerful tool you have. Yeah, but you can also encourage people to pair up. When I go on holiday or I go to a conference, I usually try and say, while I'm away, you two, can you like use your pair programming sessions to just work together? And that works really well as well. But don't overdo it. Like, you're going to have a lot of calls. My diary used to be completely empty when I was in the office. Someone wanted something from me, I would just be like, yeah, you work in a customer-facing role. You have the meetings. You tell me when you have time. I'll be here. No, doesn't work anymore. My diary is very full now, and you should know when to take breaks. So don't do meetings back to back. Leave a few minutes time to go to the bathroom, to have a new cup of tea, to have a snack. Schedule your lunch break as a thing so that people can't put meetings in them. But I digress. I didn't want to talk about remote working in general. But you have to be an example so you don't, force people to work through lunch, for example. Also, tell them in advance when there's going to be a meeting so that you don't, step into my office right now. You, in here, we talk. That's really terrible. Don't do that. It gives them massive anxiety. They think they're in trouble. It's like schedule all the meetings up front, and then that is much easier. I also tend to not force people to turn the camera on. I often don't turn my camera on myself because I might wear a towel on my head or something. Comes with the long hair. But for performance review meetings or for the one-on-ones, I usually turn it on. That depends how dressed I am, and that's okay. Not everyone has a good day every day. If you don't have the energy, just leave the camera off. It's fine. It doesn't matter. We know we're there. I can hear you speak. I don't have to see you. So good. Let's go on to leading. The best way of leading is leading by doing. For remote work, that is especially true, but it's tricky if you're not in the same room. So motivation is key, but it's very hard if you can't see people. And people like being seen. They like to be appreciated, and they like to know that their work matters. So you have to make them feel like their work matters. Try to make sure that they know that what they do is part of the company being successful. You have to celebrate them, and you have to keep them engaged. So especially over long periods of time when you're at home and you don't really talk to many people, check in with them, speak to them regularly, maybe not just once a week. So I think that's why it's important to, whenever you actually help them with something, just check in as well and have the conversation, use the words to do it. And also, try to get feedback. Do you like the ticket you're working on? Is this really terrible? Shall we just, put it on hold, do something that's more fun first, and then come back to it, and maybe then you'll have a better idea of how to deal with it. Or do you want to do something very specific? Tell me, it's fine, you can tell me. Even if you're really frustrated, just tell me about it. Like, I'm not going to be angry at you for not liking what I make you do. Let's work this out together, and build a relationship. Build a personal relationship so that you know what's going on in their lives, so you can emphasize. If you don't know why they're sad, you can't help them not be sad and therefore be better at what they're doing. How do you keep track of this? I've already said the diary is your friend, but you should also have notes. Put all the meetings in up front, schedule them as recurring things so they always know this is my slot, that I can be prepared, and then take notes, write down what they're saying, especially when you talk to them in private, somewhere where no one else can read it so you can refer back to it. If you've got lots of reports, it's very tricky to keep track of whose personal things are in what order, or who's going to travel when, and so I just write it down. It's much easier. And then I do as I said, the weekly catch-up meetings, but I also do monthly progression meetings, and that's going to be the next section when we talk about these performance review style meetings. And in those, if you have the notes, you can always go and say, like, right, you're always tired, you don't perform well, let's find out why that is. And I can't help you go to sleep, but I can help you not have to get up super early in the morning and be there. If you can't do the stand-up, okay, just write a chat message what you're working on, and then you come in at lunch. Well, you turn your computer in on at lunch, and then you work till 8. And if that helps you deal with the situation, maybe your partner is abroad in 10 hours ahead, and you want to talk to them, I don't care when you do the work, as long as there's enough overlap for us to interact and do our jobs, I'm totally fine with this. And that makes that's one of the real benefits of working from home. In the office, that's more tricky. You have to explain much more. In this situation, I can just in the stand-up say, this person is going to come in later because they had a late night and they're going to work later today. Or they might have just told everyone. It depends what kind of situation it is. But yeah, write these things down so you remember them. But let's talk about developing people. I think part of our jobs when we're training is to not just make them into the into like a developer that fits, like a code monkey that fits your company. No, I like to give them outlooks and career paths. I want to teach them software development to really be, you know, like prepared for their entire careers. And you have to set goals, even if goals sometimes don't work in software development. So let's look at alternatives. But first of all, when you are really new, you've got lots of questions. Like, this is true for most jobs. What is expected of me? How do I know if I'm good at my job? How do I even do this? Are they going to judge me really hard? Like, I might not be able to do this at all, or I might think so. How long is this going to take? When will I be good at my job? Is this going to get really hard? I'm bored. Can I get harder things now? Why should I even stay here? There's so many questions. They're all there in the beginning, and you have to answer them. Not just for trainees, but for everyone. So we will answer them. And of course, there are all of these challenges. The beginning of the career in particular, not just a new job is always scary, but when you've never worked in a job before, it's extra scary. And you can't go to the office to see everyone else do it. You're at home in your room next to your bed, which is visible on your camera, so that's a bit rubbish. Luckily, there's blurring. I don't know what's expected of me. You know, it's really hard. I can't compare myself to others because I don't understand. It's not school where there's 20 of us starting at the same time, where it's fairly easy to see how are the others doing, but there are no grades at work. And there are no people that started at the exact same time with the exact same amount of background knowledge. So I don't know how to compare. I don't know how well I'm doing. And for me, like, how do I keep track of who is doing in what way? I can write little stars. Yeah, maybe not. And if you as a company used to only have very experienced people, then how do you even convince them that junior people aren't just not good at their jobs yet? They can be good at their jobs, but their job is different, and you have to scope that. How? Easy. A career progression framework. Lots of big companies have that. I've taken a lot of inspiration from Monzo, the UK bank, who at this point I think haven't got theirs public anymore. They used to have it public, which was great. A progression framework clearly defines skills, roles, what's needed and how it's measured. And that helps you say, if I want to do the next higher paid role, I need to achieve these things. I need to be able to do these things, and then I will almost automatically, not automatically, but I can say to my manager, look, I know all of these things. I should be in the next tier, and then you usually will be in a large enough company. I use this slightly differently. I use it as a set of stuff that they have to know how to do or have to display as properties, as behaviors. And that works quite well for us. So it doesn't provide a rating system. It's not a hard list of requirements. It is not a checkbox list. But it is very, very useful. There are, in our framework, 5 core characteristics, which I have mostly borrowed from Monzo. Mastery is the domain knowledge and technical capability. Impact is the size, scope, and value of what people deliver. Influence is how that positively impacts the work environment and other people. Communication is how they interact with others, and leadership is how people around them become better and more impactful. These are kind of like the headings of sections of a bullet point list of things they should be able to do. Then there is progression with my lovely graph that grows downwards. This is how qualified you are, and it's really hard not to learn. That's why it grows downwards. Even if you don't feel like you're making much progress right now, you will still learn new things. So gravity sort of makes you better at it. There are 4 levels. Probation period, obviously, in the UK, that's 3 months. In the In Germany, for an apprenticeship, it's 4 months, and for like general jobs, it's up to 6 months. I believe that's an EU standard. I looked it up for Finland. It's also up to 6 months for a normal job. Then there are a trainee developer, then there are a junior developer, and at some point they leave my team and they get released into the wider tech team, where they're already a member of. Just this extra level of management, I go away, and they just carry on what they're doing. It just gets a little bit more impactful. In the probation period, for us, this is just very basic. You settle in, you learn the basics of coding, you learn your development environment, and you work very closely with me. Often they don't take the full 3 months to go through this list. Then we have the trainee developer. I'm only going to show like a few examples. This is the longest stage. The complexity and size of tickets gradually improves over time in order to build their confidence in both their technical and their communication skills. They'll usually start out working really closely with me, but then it sort of gets more loose, and we go from doing lots of things together to planning things together to leaving the implementation details to them. And that usually takes about a year to a year and a bit, maybe a year and a half. Then they're a junior developer, where they're much more self-reliant and they take ownership. They trust their tech skills and make decisions on their own. They will communicate effectively and confidently. They don't really need my help anymore very often. It's more about making a plan together, and they already help others. I did do a separate talk about this in great detail, which you can find on my website. And once they're done, they leave the trainee team. They're just completely integrated. And everyone in the wider tech team trusts them, which is nice. So you have to earn trust in every team. But I think if you do that gradually, it works really well. But let's now talk about challenges for when you go remote first. I'd just like to share a few things that I have found over the last couple of years, and that I've also asked my team specifically to think about. What do you not like about the remote stuff? And if we have some time, maybe we can have a quick discussion about what you've experienced yourself. So personal challenges, career starters often don't have good home office space. Like most of us will by now be used to working from home, so we often have a dedicated room. Maybe it's in the basement, maybe it's upstairs, maybe there's but you have a room that has a nice desk. Maybe it's a standing desk, it's massive screens, you have an expensive keyboard, you can close the door, your children and your dog don't come in. But yeah, as I said, you probably, if you're 21 and you've just graduated, you probably live with your parents in your room with your bed, or you live in shared housing in London, which costs an arm and a leg and an arm. And there are other people in the house, and you don't really have quiet, and it's really cramped, and you can't even, put a proper desk in your tiny bedroom because there's just no space. And that's rubbish. So that's a big challenge. Or especially during lockdown, that's a very important one I just want to mention, is that maybe it's not safe to be in the house the whole day, and maybe you need to leave and be somewhere else. That's a situation that can arise, and you have to be aware of that as an employer and as a manager of people. So talk to them about their personal situations and how they can make the work. Of course, it's lonely and disconnected. Everyone's gonna have experienced that at some point. So I think you need to encourage them to make friends with their peers, to at least be social enough that they can talk to them. In the UK, they come to the pub budget event and then they get drunk together, and that's great because they're all the same age. Doesn't work for everyone. There's quite a lot of drinking culture in UK offices. I think there's a drinking culture in Finland too, I've heard. Well, don't encourage the really young ones to get drunk all the time. You can be social and learn each other's quirks and get to know each other better without getting hammered. Then there's communication challenges. So that's a big one. They're afraid to ask questions. Everyone's afraid to ask questions. So think about how to alleviate that. People often think, and this is mind-boggling to me, that if I write you a chat message, I'm going to interrupt you because you're so busy and important. Guys, it's chat. It's asynchronous. I don't have notifications, it's okay. You can send me all the messages. I will read them eventually. And if I'm super busy and I think you're in trouble, I'm going to point you to someone who can help. Of course, that's my job. I'm not going to leave you alone, but don't be worried. I'm not going to feel interrupted, or it's it's harder if you're in the office. I always used to say, if I'm wearing headphones in the office, that's not because I don't want you to interrupt me. It's because the office is loud and I'm listening to music. Just, wave in front of my face or throw something at me. That works. With chat, you have to be really clear, and you have to say this over and over. If there is like a large technical chat room or something, and it depends on your tools a little bit, questions often get lost. You ask a question and then something important happens, the release is broken or something, and your question just scrolls off the screen and no one answers it. So you would be encouraged to message individual people, but you don't know them very well. So how do you know which one to ask? So you ask the wrong person, and that wastes time for you and for them, and then you've interrupted them again, and then you don't want to interrupt them, and it's all terrible. So you have to really make sure they know who to ask questions to. And then there's the skill challenges. Because you're not near other people, you can't see them fail. So you can't see that in order to write this really complicated big piece of code, it takes many attempts and it's frustrating, and then they go and have 10 cups of coffee, or they punch the wall, or they wear a cardboard box and scream in agony, because sometimes that's what it takes. But you can't see. You just see them submit large patches, and you go like, I'm never going to be this good. You will, but you can't observe them, and that's rubbish. So you can't learn by observing. You can't, look at your neighbor's screen and be like, oh, what's that tool? I've never seen this before. How do you use that? There's lots of computer skills as well, especially for someone who has come into this from a completely different career path. There is things that we would consider basic computer literacy if we've started out as very techie people that developers pick up over time, but you can't if you're the only person using the computer in your house. So how are you going to pick it up? And then in particular, there's the professional environment. So how do I behave in the office? How do I communicate professionally? It's something that you see others do, but you don't. You can see me write full sentences, and I try and put full stops at the end of sentences, at least when I write an email. But that's probably not enough, so sometimes you have to go and talk to people about this. Yeah, there are lots of challenges. I'd really like to hear more about the kinds of challenges that you've come across, but first of all, thank you very much for listening, and do you have any questions?
Hi. Do you use some tomato technique?
You mean Pomodoro technique?
Yes, Pomodoro, sorry, yeah, but Pomodoro is Italian word.
It's Italian word, yes. So that the Pomodoro technique means to slice a task into short periods of time so that you can focus on things. I have suggested this to people. I personally don't use it. I jump from one task to another, and it's very, very hard to keep track sometimes, and I multitask and do 3 things at once, which is terrible. Personally, but it works for me because I seem to be quite good at it. When people are having trouble to concentrate over a long period of time, I suggest this to them, and it has given us various results. Like for some people that works, for others it doesn't. I will usually use this to go and tell them about how sometime towards the end of my own training, I thought I had too many different things on and I was being interrupted too often, so I found this guy on the internet who was a massive geek about being effective, and he had these, I printed out these forms to color in little bubbles to kind of time tracking, to say I spent 15 minutes on this, and then there was emails, and then someone came in and asked me questions, and I did this ticket for a bit, and then someone came in and asked me questions, and explaining these things to them with own experiences works really well, but I don't know if I've really seen a really complete example of someone using the Pomodoro technique to be more effective. But again, I can't really check apart from asking them if it worked, because I'm not with them. Okay, you had a question?
Thank you. Not really a question, but I wanted to say that thanks for putting so much emphasis on the availability bit of the manager. or the first point of contact for the new recruit. That is extremely important.
Oh, yeah.
That the manager is available at any point. I've seen so many managers, superiors failing in that, and I've seen a few who otherwise were not that good, but they were better because they always answered the questions, whether it was in chat or telephone or just being there at the office.
Yeah, you have to lead by example, exactly. And I mean, I think most of us have been in a situation where you've shown up to your first day at your new job, and they were like, "Oh, right, it's your first day. Let's. Where are you going to sit? Oh, we've just fired this person. You can have that desk." Any more questions? I think technically we're at the end of time, but lunch is not going to run away, so I'm just going to boldly run over if you want to. Is there anything else anyone wants to say? Rolf? Microphone? Microphone?
Are you applying e-learning stuff, or are you considering tutoring, authoring e-learning stuff?
Authoring e-learning stuff is hard. I am using one tool. One of my dear colleagues, Andrew Solomon, is running a company called GeekUni, which is an e-learning platform for Perl. Specifically, it's a paid course. It's not cheap, but it's very high quality for Perl Basics. So I use that along with an O'Reilly subscription for unlimited books that we give to people to get them up to speed with Perl, and I try to go and have sort of like the first couple of weeks spend half a day learning and half a day working. And yeah, that's a mix of usually the Learning Perl book and GeekUni, and that works well for us.
Unfortunately,
Great.
we do have to next.
We do have to
talker.
stop so Salve
Yes.
can talk about security things, I believe.
Exactly.
Thank you very much. I hope this was useful.
Thank you.
Yes, I will finish it and get rid of it. Thank you.
Yes, so it's already 3 past, but Salve, whenever you're ready. Salve, thank you.
Awesome, I think I'm ready. All right. Now it's not on mute. Now you can hear me. All right. Hello, my name is Salve Nilsen. I'm from the Oslo Perl community. And I'm here to share some ideas and thoughts and what's going on around SBOMs, Software Bill of Materials, in the Perl and CPAN world. I'll try to be short because I don't want on this because I don't want to keep you from lunch. And I expect there might be some questions. I'm hoping at least for some. So I'll rush through some of the boring bits and try to stop at some key points that to give you an illustration, an idea of what we're talking about when it comes to software bill of materials. So I'd like you guys to imagine for a moment that you're at work and then somebody comes and whispers to you that there is an absolutely serious security vulnerability that has been announced. To get you an idea of what this could be in real life, we have some existing historic actual vulnerabilities like Heartbleed and SolarWinds, which was a data breach, and Log4Shell, which I hope all of you have heard about. So that's OpenSSL, which is used everywhere. I have a Java logging library, which turned out to be used everywhere. And a major data breach that got the Americans really scared a while back. So imagine you hear about something like this, and can you answer a few questions? Do you know if any of your software is affected? And it's any of your software that you are using in any part of your organization. And can you quickly figure out where it is used? So you don't have to manually search for it like we used to do a few years ago when Log4Shell came out. And can you figure it out even if some of your dependencies are indirect or transitive? There are dependencies that you have that pull in their own dependencies. You need an overview of that too if you're going to figure out if some bits 7, 8, 9, 10 steps down the dependency tree that introduces Log4j, maybe an old version of it. And how about software that's out of your control, open source software? Most of the businesses out there, at least where I'm operating, like Norway, I've seen numbers around 80 to 95% of all software that's being used depends on open source at some point, at some place in their dependency tree. It could be as basic as running on a Linux server. Then you depend on open source. Or if you use an open source ecosystem like Perl, then of course, you'll be using CPAN, and that's open source, and you don't control that stuff. But you still need to know it's in use, and what is in use, which versions, and everything. So this happened, and that led a bunch of legislators to say, oh, we can't do this. This was actually pretty disruptive for societies around there. So in the US, Mr. President Biden decided in an executive order to introduce some demands to federal agencies and anyone who wants to do business with them on how to improve cybersecurity issues around stuff like this. This was in May in 21, and it applies to all contractors and institutions that do something like that. And same, a few years later, was that EU introduced the NIS2 directive, which was made into, accepted into EU law last year in November, if I remember correctly. Yes, no, October actually. No, yeah, November. And that applies to any business that has software used in critical infrastructure in Europe, or suppliers of those softwares. And then we have the Cyber Resiliency Act, which is currently under development. I expect it to go through Parliament in September sometime, maybe, we'll see. And they apply to any software that is being used on internet-connected devices, from switches and routers to the management software that is used to do remote updates of those, or to even toys that connect online to get some speech-to-text service up and running, or whatever is necessary, so you can have a philosophical conversation with your toy, with ChatGPT. or your Alexa or whatever. This stuff here are laws either already in effect or coming soon as a consequence of those security incidents. So that means a bunch of us are going to be affected of this, and what these laws in general ask for is that we keep track of our dependencies so that we know what's going on. And we have to keep track of it across language ecosystems, independent of sources, with all of the metadata that's necessary to be able to detect if when a new vulnerability arrives, whether or not you are vulnerable yourself, which software that needs updating, so you can respond in a responsible manner. So that's where SBOMs come in. Software bill of materials are meant to be kind of a standardized document format to communicate these things. Just for a little bit of an illustration of what I mean with dependencies, we have an application, we have different dependencies. Some of them are on DarkPan, which is the company internal cpan mirror with our own packages maybe. Some of it is on cpan. Maybe there are some dependencies that aren't on cpan anymore, so you pull them down from backpan until you find time one day to upgrade it. And each of them might have further dependencies, and some of them might have dependencies that are just outside of Perl, outside of cpan, like a compiled library. How was that library built? Who built it? What was the compile flags? Where did you get the source? All this is really useful questions to have an answer to when shit hits the fan, so to speak. And you kind of have to, the point with these laws is that you're supposed to prepare for the day when the shit hits the fan, so you actually can answer those questions really quickly. So this brings us to SBOMs. What is it actually? There are two standards that are somewhat out there in use, common. It's OWASP's CycloneDX, which I personally prefer, and the Software Packet Data Exchange, SPDX, which some of you might already know because they were pretty early out in having a standardized list of licenses. And there are some Perl, some cpan packages that do that. But they have, over the years, they've been expanded to also cover dependencies and a bunch of other things. But CycloneDX, which I'm going to show a little bit to you eventually, is a lot more comprehensive. That's why I propose those. But in order to have a way to keep track of dependencies across ecosystems, we need to have a sensible way of identifying software. There are 3 standards for software identification. One is called Common Platform Enumeration. That's the horrible thing at the bottom there. This is used in the US. I have no idea why they did it this way. I look at this and say, oh shit. But there are some vulnerability databases out there which are super useful that where you can query with this syntax and get quick response if there's an active vulnerability out there. So we have some cpan packages that use this format on cpan, so it's still relevant. And this format is also used in CycloneDX when referring to software packages. Then we have something called Software ID. If you want to know how that works, you have to pay €187 to the ISO. So I'm going to skip this. I don't want to pay that. I'm an open source developer, and if they want to give me the standard, hey, cool. I'm not going to pay for it. And you have something called package URL, which is basically an attempt at describing a package, including version and other information that is necessary to identify a specific package, including where it comes from. So a cpan package would have this URL. Something from an Debian apt repository might have a package :Debian/ and then the name of the package and @ version number, for example. And there's a whole lot of ecosystems already supported with this. CPAN support is on the way in, thanks to an Italian-friendly guy who has recently started publishing stuff. So, what can go into an SBOM? Let's see, I have to finish in 10 minutes, and this is a lot of material. There are, at least in the US, they came with a set of minimum requirements. These are the ones they explicitly asked for. Supplier name, component name, version is already in there. Same with what dependencies you are. They also want unique identifiers, alternative identifiers. We don't support that in our meta files yet. Or author of any metadata, the SBOM, or a timestamp, and there might be a bunch of other things that we could put in there. So when we're talking about CPAN and this kind of metadata, we need to expand the stuff we're keeping in there. And with this metadata, what do we have it for? What can we use it for? We can use it for component inventory. We're already doing that, but now we have a way to do it across ecosystems. And this is the JSON version of CycloneDX. You can also write it in XML. There's a separate specification for that. I like JSON, so we'll put it there. And you can see it has some basic expected things like schema, which format we're talking about, which spec version we have, serial numbers, so we can identify this release, I think. I'm not totally sure. And which component we depend on. This is fully specified on the CycloneDX website, which is linked here on the top. So if you download my slides at some point, you will be able to follow this and check out all the examples on that page. So the inventory is there. Known vulnerabilities is something you might want to keep track of, meaning that you might have software that you are aware of vulnerabilities, and you want to specify for the auditor when they come and check if everything is okay, that you know it and why haven't you upgraded. You can basically tell it there. You can also check for integrity by looking for MD5 hashes or SHA-256 hashes of the content. You store them in SBOM so you later can do a manual check if someone has tampered with the software en route or on disk. You can look at authenticity. Do I have the package that the author actually published? This is super useful sometimes. This is a way to make sure that we can actually know that by having the signatures there and checking that. License compliance is already a thing that has existed for many years now. You can still do it with SBOMs. So check if you have to figure out if there's some GPL licenses in your dependency tree, which have a few extra requirements, then here you can know that. How you put together your software is useful. What compile flags did you use? What compiler did you use if you use that? And a bunch of other information like that could be, you could store that in the SBOM. Since the SBOM is something that is supposed to come with a package, and then the package, the one that uses this package needs to produce another SBOM for itself and its dependencies. It means you get one file that includes the components and its subcomponents, and dependencies listed after each other, which is really nice to get a quick idea of what's actually installed across ecosystems. Provenance, meaning you store exactly how you got your package. Say, for example, if you downloaded it from your own darkpan, you make sure you store it, the URL you got your software from there. If something was changed, you might look at the pedigree of the software, like what variants do you have a local security patch that you have applied? You store it in the SBOM to make sure you communicate that this is not the original software downloaded from CBAN. This is something we have modified for our specific purposes, and we know that the checksums are different. You might also want to keep track of all the packaging and distribution details. Like if you get something from your package, from apt-get or from your RPM server, here specify that. How about to check if something is complete? That's actually an important thing. So when you make you have produced a SBOM file together with your application before you sign off that this is now finished. You basically attest that you have checked everything is complete, you sign the whole thing, and later when some auditor comes in and checks there, then it includes the claim that, yeah, I did check this, and here's my attestation for that. That's actually also useful. And if you have temporary workarounds, you can also store this in the SBOM just to communicate that there is something on the way here that while we're waiting for upstream to fix, here's our temporary solution. And if an auditor comes or some security people come and say, what is going on here, then they can just see, okay, this is, you guys are on top of things. And if you know about some exploitable feature in your software that you cannot address for some reason, then you can explicitly say, we know of this vulnerability, we are not going to fix it, here's why, and the auditors can come and say, okay, or you at least know what you're doing, it's not a surprise here going on. Maybe you do something else, turn off a feature or something to remedy it while waiting for fixing the underlying problem. And you can also keep track of security advisories that are relevant and more. Because there's a lot of tooling already out there. Quite a few systems and ecosystems use SBOM as part of the way they do things. We don't in the Perl community. So while we don't, we can still use some of the tooling used in Java or NPM or Ruby or whatever, both for analysis and reporting and putting stuff together and verification and making reports and checking for conformance and all that stuff. This is good. So maybe you got a hint. Are SBOMs supported on CPAN? The short answer is not today. This kind of sucks. I'm going to say we would like to change this because there is something called the CPAN Security Working Group. I mentioned this on the lightning talks on Monday in this conference. Anyone here who cares about security or has a security-aware employer are welcome to join us to try to resolve some of these things and make the CPAN ecosystem work better in this regard. You kind of need a little bit of resources because there's a lot to do, and these laws will be coming into effect next year. So getting in front of this work is probably a good idea, and I hope we're looking for volunteers. So please step up if you know someone or if you can do something. That's what I had to say. If you want to reach out to us, the website is security.metacepan.org. You can actually also write security.cepan.org and end up at our website. And we have a GitHub page, an organization linked from that page. And you can reach out to us on IRC on Perl.org, and we have a mailing list on Perl.org. Thank you, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
One question. The SBOM being supported in CPAN, will this also require action on the part of module contributors to CPAN, or will this be something which is built into CPAN and will support the users of those modules?
This is still an ongoing discussion, but my expectation is that we will have to actually make upgrades to the tooling, like CPAN minus, CPAN.pm, CPM, module build, module util make maker, and everything related that creates, like meaning builds and maybe tests and installs stuff, so that it also produces an SBOM file in addition to the meta.yaml file or meta.json file. So it's kind of an extra step where we already have something similar happening, but the thing that is most frustrating, maybe, I don't know, is that we will have to add some new metadata, and each and every developer out there who expects to have their software being adopted in a strict usage environment, like in a critical infrastructure setting, for example, they will probably be asked, could you please add the security contact information or stuff like that to your metadata? And that means we'll have to update the CPAN meta spec at some point to add the fields. And when that's up and running, we already discussed how to expose this kind of information on meta CPAN, so we'll be able to signal that some information might be missing or different stuff eventually. But my hope and our hope is that we can get the bits and pieces and infrastructure in place so that next time someone makes a new release with updated tooling, it just happens correctly, and maybe they get a question saying, psst, you need to fill out this one because this is kind of important if you want to have your software used in Europe or the US government. Is that the answer for your question?
Yes. Okay. Oh, sorry, just a quick remark. We have to add these new features into the quality checking.
That's one way of doing it. We'll have to look at that, because the quality checks are mostly to check if something we know is bad is not there. And we can have a set of quality checks that are related to this, and that shouldn't be a big deal, but quite possible. Patches are welcome if you feel that this is something you want to do. Other questions? All right, then we have 2 extra minutes for lunch. Thank you.
Amazing, thank you. And for the people watching the stream, we will be back 1:30, finish time. Hallelujah. And then
cause you to have to pan.
I've got absolutely no cunning tricks up my sleeve. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I've done this enough to, and I haven't bothered to look, but usually you look, where does the camera actually point? Don't walk outside that area. Yeah. I told the people at work about this, and this may be a silly idea. Oh, I've got fractional seconds.
I've passed, so we still have time. Well done.
I think I'm going to start with a joke to try and calm myself down.
Definitely, go for it.
But on the stream is what I thought, if I'm being evil. Are we on the stream yet?
Yeah, we are on the stream.
The great thing about this room is that the whole audience is very well trained, so even if you're in the second row trying to heckle, shh, get a mic first.
So now it is past, and you are ready to start whenever you feel like it.
Right, and then I should start because I think I'm ready. Right, this talk is called Testing Unfriendly Code. It's a crash course in stunt programming. The talk was originally given at work. Some details have been removed to protect the guilty. I've got the go-ahead from my boss to do this rather than just seek forgiveness. This is important. I mean, our code is obviously beautiful, and we're hiring. So we have 20 years of profitable legacy code. This is usually a good thing. Oh God, I ended up driving this space bar. So what about work? Work was founded in 2001. The company originally founded as Give and Gain, a charitable giving company. And the code for PayProp, the half that I'm in, was forked out from that about 3 years later. That deals with providing services to management agencies who manage properties for landlords and move the rent money around. The code has basically evolved continuously for 21 years, and the older code, let's say, it was Over's lovely phrase, is battle tested, but it's certainly not regression tested. He's not here. About me. Yeah, because all the Koha folks have been wondering, what are this? So I am a core Perl hacker, and I claim I'm just resting, darling. I am, I think, the third largest contribution to the core ever. I'm certainly the largest in Europe, as Jarkko is now in the USA. I've been programming for at least 20 years. I've had many employers, some of whom have not gone bust, and I've been to many conferences. So Thomas Klausner, who was in this room earlier and is now actually doing a talk at the same time as me, said, well, I think I've been to, well, didn't bother to count at 40 conferences and workshops. It happens I'm actually mostly self-taught at programming. Yes, I went to university and I did other things. Oh yeah, actually, so I thought I should learn Perl, PostScript, and Lisp, and I guess 1 out of 3 isn't bad. And I've been at PayProp for 18 months now. These were I realized needed to be in there because the work people know who I am. Well, I think they do anyway. Right, so where are we doing? Oh yeah, what are we trying to achieve? I'm trying to get to the end of the talk without going, right, so, testing is about trying to get to the place of interest. You want to get to the place of interest that you want to test as easily, quickly, or reliably as possible. And then once you've got control flow to the point of interest, you're attempting to try out the different code paths at that place of interest. So you're kind of asking, can we call this directly? You know, how close can we get? How do we force control flow to get there? And you know, it's a kind of somehow thing, because if it's some stuff is easy, but yeah, this joke isn't going to work, so I'm not going to use it. How's the somehow work? So this is really a talk about perverting control flow. Perverting, not really for fun and profit, but for perverting control flow for testing legacy code, with the usual disclaimers of don't do this at home, don't do this in production, and don't do this in new code. Really, yeah, this is the when nothing else, no one helps and whatever, yeah. When nobody else can help, maybe you can call the A-team, think of it like that. Remember, we are creating technical debt. So throw it away as soon as possible. There's a forward reference to something there. So, in the work version, I named this thing. That's been deleted. But anyway, it was named for South Africa, and then it was also reused for the UK. That becomes relevant in parts of how we tested it. And the reason I put a bunch of effort into writing an override system for this and figuring out how to do it and then teaching the rest of the company how to do it is there are many in this directory, but I'm not saying more. There's more than 3. So it's somewhere in the ... of a mathematician. And there are plenty of other bits and pieces we have that are similarly annoying to test, but on the critical path of moving money around, it needs tests. It's a script. It was not written with testing in mind, and mistakes are expensive. This thing really does move all the money in the company. So they're not fun and not profit. I'm trying to work out whether I think I'm going at the right speed. So your conventional approach is, first you refactor it, and then you add tests. Sure, but how are you testing the refactoring? And I have a former colleague at a former employer, you can go work there now because he's left. Tests are important, he says. This needs tests. I have refactored it so that it is easy to create tests for it. Dude, you just did the most dangerous thing without any test coverage. So you've got a chicken and egg problem. I want to refactor it. I need testing. How do I... So the question I'm basically asking and trying to address in this talk is, can we test it, the script in question, without changing a byte of it? Because if we don't change a byte of it, it by definition has to keep working because we didn't touch it, but now we have tests. So, for example, and this is the slightly cleaned up piece of work code, and it says we're checking whether it's inside banking hours, and it says now, and it says if it's a Saturday and it's these hours, and if it's not a Sunday, well then it's a weekday, it's those hours. And that is at the top level of a script. And the question is, how do we go about testing this? Let's start picking it apart. So we have that. Now. And if now is a weekday, and it's between these times, I shall enter here. But I want to write a regression test that passes 24/7. I want to write a regression test that enters the if block. I want to write a regression test that enters the implicit else here of not setting the variable. It's been set to 0 earlier. And I want to do all this in the same run, and really in the same script. So the question I'm asking myself here is, how do I override date time now? How? So, I want to override date time now. I want to force when now is, so that I can test inside those ranges of times to say that it's going to be banking hours, that I'm outside those ranges. Now, for a module, that is easy because I load the module code, I force override test time, date time now, then I call the module code in my test. It's easy. This is a script. So here we come with the necessary interlude, a necessary digression about when things happen. And in terms of Perl, you may think it's an interpreted language, but actually it has compilation into a tree of things, and then runtime where it executes the opcodes of that tree. So there's a compilation phase and a runtime phase. And you have to keep that in mind as we start looking through things. And I do need to explain this stuff, but I think it was reasonably good. So on the left, I have a script. On the right, I have a module. I shall get to the module in the moment. And underneath, I have the output. So this is where I kind of want a laser pointer, but I can just jump in front of the screen. I think I'm still in the... Okay, where's my cursor? I think my cursor's... no, I've turned Bluetooth off. Wait, Mo. I have to do this on the mouse pointer. Do I get a mouse pointer? Yeah, I have a touchpad. The mouse pointer goes boop over there and doesn't do anything. I'm just going to have to describe what we're looking at. So, start on the left. You compile use strict. That turns on strictures. If you're really pedantic, I've turned on warnings already with -w. You compile the call to hello. You compile the call to use submodule. Somewhat magic happens, explained a bit soon. That causes the Perl interpreter to go, I need to load the module called SumModule and compile it. So we go from the left column to the right column. We start compiling SumModule. We load it, we turn on strict. We declare in the package SumModule. We compile the subroutine SumSub, which contains a compile call to print, but we just do anything. We stick it in the package and remember this exists. We compile that print statement, module top level code. We reach the one at the end. That's returning true for right, we now run the code on the right. So start at the top, come down. We run the ustrict, that's not that, we run blah, blah. We run the SumSub, that doesn't have any runtime effects. We haven't, sorry, the blah, blah. We reach the print statement and run that. So the first thing we see at the output at the bottom is module top level code. Then we reach the one and we run the one and that returns. We've now finished compiling the module and running its top level code. We carry on the left at use submodule. We carry on compiling. We compile the sub hello, which contains a compiled print. This has all been compiled and remembered. We compile the call to SumSub. We reach the bottom. We have finished compiling. Okay, now we run the thing on the left. Start at the top, use strict, no runtime. We call hello, which calls the print subroutine hello. We carry on through the set definition of sub hello, which is all compile time. We don't worry about that. We get to the bottom line on my column on the left. SumModule SumSub, we call SumSub. And it prints out module subroutine called, which is the bottom thing on the screen. That's how all this compile and runtime works. I'm going to change one thing. I'm going to change the word use at the top left to require in bold. If you don't like orange, blame Leon Brocard. That's a very long Perl thing. And I hope if you are completely colorblind, I apologize, but I hope the bold is still good. So instead, we now have a slightly different version of it. Compile time, compiles use strict, compiles hello, compiles the call to require, but doesn't do anything else. Continues on, compiles sub hello, compiles SumModule SubSub. Okay, runtime on the left, use strict, calls hello. That says print subroutine hello. So top bit of output at the bottom in the middle is subroutine hello. Continues from the call to subroutine hello, hits the runtime bit of require, which you compiled before. Ooh! I now have to load the module. So off it goes and loads the module right now. Compiles things like I said before. Now prints module top level code. Then continues with so all that stuff on the right has run prints module top level code. I'm maybe going too fast at this point. This is the over thing of if you're not following, you do have to ask. And now it is finished doing the top level code, says module top level code. Finish that module, return to the left. This is runtime, carry on running, blah, blah, blah. Sub hello is, sorry, a compile thing. Reach, execute the bottom, executes module SumSub. So module subroutine called. Yeah, I need to check this. So note the order at the bottom. Module top level code has happened after subroutine hello. If I go back to using use, which I believe is my next slide, the bottom order flips again. Module top level code goes first with use, and effectively use is the same behavior as require, but in a begin block. What is a begin block? Okay. So I've got rid of the module now, because this is trying to make it simpler. We have begin blocks. They run as soon as you see them. We have end blocks. They stack up an action to happen at the end of the program. So, compile time order. I have to tell you this stuff. Use strict. Compile the end block. Remember this for the future. It's a stack. Compile the second end block. Second one we've seen goes next on the stack. Compile the top level print. Compile the begin block that contains a print block saying first begin block. Get to the closing curly. Oh, we've done that. We run it right now. We pause compilation and run it. And the output on the right, first begin block. Right, done that. Continue. Meet the second begin block. Compile it. Meet the close thing. Second begin block finishes. Oh, must run it. Second begin block prints that out. Done. Now we have finished compiling. Note there was a spurt of runtime in the middle of compiling. Now we come to execute. Start top of the code again. Ignore use script. End block, we compiled that. Don't worry, it's in the future. End block, blah, blah. Reach the print statement, the only actual top level piece of code in this thing, and it says top level. Carries on past the begin block. We did those all at compile time. Don't worry about all. They're done. Now the program actually exits and the stack of end blocks happen. So the top of the stack is popped off. It prints second end block, and the next stack is print off, and it prints first end block. We don't mention end blocks much more in this apart from the next slide, but to be clear, there aren't just begin blocks. There are many things referred to in the language formerly known as Perl 6 has phasers, and there are plenty more of them. And string eval, by the way, is not quite like this, but it happens much later. Right. No one's run away yet. 16 of, 37 by the way. Right. So this is what begin blocks are about. What happens if I add a die? This code is almost the same as the previous code, except I've interjected die before print. So compilation order, use strict, compile the end block, remember it, compile the end block, remember it, compile the die, compile the print, compile the first begin, finish the begin, must do it. So it prints first begin block. It prints second begin block as soon as it compiles the second begin block. Now we run main program execution, start at the top again, use strict blah, end dealt with that, end dealt with that. We run the die command, it says horribly with a diagnostic, and the program quits immediately. We never reach the print, we never print out top level. However, the end blocks still run, so second end block fires, first end block fires like before. So that's just the nuance of that, and that some things carry on after die. The last thing I think I need to say, to add to all your, everyone's falling asleep, I'm the first to go after lunch, that's never a good time, is it? Is use strict, print 0, and begin blocks nest. So what happens? We start the first begin block, we compile print 1. We're still in the begin block, we find a begin block, okay, we start a begin block, we compile print 2. We find a begin block, we compile the print 3. We close the innermost of those begin blocks, which says 3. That has to run now, so it prints 3. We carry on compiling. We close the next begin block, so it gets to run. Its begin block was already finished, so it prints 2. We compose the next begin block, we print 1, and then we've done all the begin blocks, we've finished compiling. Quite a lot of code ran, but we finished compiling. And so we go back to the top and start executing, and it says 0, because that's the top level. So begin nests. This is a necessary concept for the nuance of what comes next. It's not that nuanced, it's just sort of fun. So say I have my script, the one I showed you before. The question, the whole point of this talk is, can I inject code at the top where I've written, can I inject code here? How am I going to do that? So you remember what it prints? It prints all this stuff. First end block, second end, first begin block, second begin block, top level, second end, first end. Prints that. Can I get ahead of that? Because, you know, even if, so if I inject code and it runs immediately, it can always defer something, like I showed with the end blocks. I can always create code that runs later. I can never run time backwards, but I can always put something off. So, here is basically how you do it. Here's also where I get trouble about my timing. I think I might be going too fast. There will be questions. I create an override module on the left. For the point of completeness, I put an end block in here. And it says module top level code, and it has a begin block. So the code I'm running is shown on the right. I have a command line option saying load this override module, and that's like injecting use override at line 0 of my script before it really exists. So, first thing the interpreter does is see the bonus line I put in saying, get that module. And so it compiles it, and the first thing it does in it is run the begin block. Well, it compiles it, sorry. So let's go through the compiling order. It compiles that module, strict, package, whatever, compiles an end block, pushes that on the stack of end blocks. The stack was empty, because we really are the first thing that got to run, so that's at the first thing on the stack, which means it'll be the last thing off. Then we compile the print saying module top level code. Then we start compiling the begin block saying module begin block. Then we close that and go, woohoo, we finished the begin block, must do it now. So the very, very first thing that runs is module begin block. I got code to run ahead of the script. The module top level also runs ahead of the script. And for completeness, you now notice then the script got to run with its own begin block, its second begin block, its top level, and then we go backwards on the stack, pop off the end block, pop off the second end block within the script, pop off the first end block within the script, and finally pop off the end block in the module, which was shown mostly for completeness, but also to tell you that you can put these blocks inside modules. So M1 command line is putting a use statement before the first line of your script. So it goes first, but in your script. So, achievement unlocked. I have injected code without changing the script. Right. How do I use that to start testing things? So, what am I going to do? To test the script, I'm going to, you remember how the scripts compile and run? To hijack it, I put my test override code into a module, a custom module for this script. I add a command line to load that module, and voila, I wrote in, yeah, lousy French. Off we go. So, I can do anything in my module. So in my module, I can do things like this. We've got some good old legacy code that requires libraries Perl 4 style. So I can make sure I'm in package main. I can load the SMS module, our SMS by requiring it from wherever. And then I can redefine the subroutine it just compiled to, instead of sending an SMS message, or at least attempting to send an SMS message, and you know that would be embarrassing, it says, I would do this, and it prints to standard out what it would do, and that becomes quite easy to capture and test. Remember, testing command line script, I have to sort of make my output be on standard out. One of the key things here is you need to remember the internals, the implementation, require won't load the same code twice. If it sees the same thing to load a second time, it says, I have an internal cache. I remember I have seen this. I won't do it again. There is a caveat on this which comes later, and clearly no one's awake ahead on this. To be fair, I got caught by it as well. So what I'm doing here is the main program loads this. I load it earlier. I then redefine it. When the main code in the script I'm creating it says load this, the interpreter goes, I already did that, I don't need to do it again, and my override wins because I came second. That's why I have to warn about it, because my override comes second, redefines a subroutine, and hence I'm no warnings redefine, and no warnings once as well. So I can override things in a script. The next thing, more generally, mock objects. So, what was, oh, this was the logger. Yeah, the logger. I can trap the logging. Effectively, so if you weren't aware, there is test mock object. It's on CPAN, documentation's a lovely thing. It's a lovely thing. It lets you create fake objects, and this is the thing referred to as duck typing. You know, quacks like a, walks like a, swims like a, one-legged in a circle. It's a duck. So, I create a mock logger, and in the end, because lots of lovely work code does things. Am I in Docker? Am I in production? Am I in all this? No, I just want to override the logging and put it on standard out. Override standard error. So I create a series of mock objects to say, hang on, I create a mock object. I'm actually trying to pretend to be log for Perl, log for Perl. I create a mock object that's going to replace the log for Perl singleton, and instead it still has info, warn, and error messages, but they all print the thing out on standard out. So that I can trap them in my test. A bunch of our things has a whole lot of debug logging, which I really don't want to write my test to try and filter out or anything, so I just drop those on the floor. Don't want to see those. And then all the main code calls a method in our class paperop application config. It calls a method log, class method I guess, which returns the log for Perl object. So I override that to say return my mock object. And at this point, all the logging in my script, I think all the other logging as well, is now coming through this thing and printing to standard out. And I can confirm I've reached various parts in the code by looking for the logging that it generated. Actually, that was the real reason for this, that I've got 3 ways of knowing where I got to. Does it log what I expected? For that matter, also, does it not log what it shouldn't be? Like, do it only, yeah, you get your choice, but you get to choose how robust you're going to be. But one of the things you can be sure about is if it logs in a code path and you see the logging, it got into the code path. So that's why this was important, but I need to override it in the script. So that's the general thing about how you mock things. It got a little bit more fun, though, because I want to test that. Is it a weekday? Is it within those times? So what I tested it with was I created a mock module for date time. And then I had it configurable so that I sent it in as an environment variable. The fake time is going to be this, and I put it as a Unix epoch because that's very efficient to set and pass, and it was easy. And that code is in my module override.pm. And yeah, I know it's kind of an ungodly mix of Perl syntax and shell syntax, but I hope it's clear. There is a gotcha here. Datetime objects are mutable. That's why there's a clone in there. Otherwise, I've got to find my mouse pointer because my speaker note's the wrong side. If you didn't do that, you would override datetime now, and someone would ask, now, what is now? What time is it? And it would effectively return the singleton. My mock object is a singleton, and then say, hey, add 10 minutes to now to get something. And the next person who asked for now would get 10 minutes in the future. It is annoying that datetime returns, it mutates. So you have to work around that. And I am struggling to find where that is. Aha, good. Right. So, that's still brute force. I always return now. Everyone gets the same time. And for that matter, that means time doesn't technically go forwards in my script, but it only runs for a few seconds, so I wasn't too worried. We got to this. Names removed to protect the guilty. The script started out being South Africa, and when the UK-specific stuff was added, it says, are we in the UK and some other conditions? And we do that by calling config get and asking about the instance in our config system and compare it to string UK. Now, this script has some code for South Africa, some code specific for the UK, and other code that is generic for those in the other two places we trade in. And I want to write one regression test that says South Africa and does the UK, or ideally I want to. But I certainly want to trigger the UK part of this, and our CI system, like most of the rest of it, assumes a default of South Africa because that's where the company originated. So I need to fake my config to say I'm in the UK. And while many ways exist doing this, I want at some points in this script to be saying UK and some point, it's shelling out a script. Get this right. The test script runs once, but it shells out different times to the victim I am testing. So, you could write out another config file with bits of it changed or this or the other, but actually what I thought was the most elegant version is this. I create a mock module. This is another CPAN module. I get the original singleton of our config. And then I put a mock module round it, or I get an original copy of our config and look after it. I now override the class mocking it. I redefine the get method on the mocked version, and if you ask for the particular thing, instance, I lie. Otherwise, I chain pass onwards, that's the mock original call, to the original config and return all the original config things, because this script obviously calls get on lots and lots of different keys, and I just want one changed. And again, I set it up in an environment variable, and actually I don't even bother doing this override unless that environment variable is set. I have mfake instance as. So in my driving test .t file, at some points I set fake instance to be UK, at some points I set it to be ZA, because of course sometimes you've changed your local config to be the UK to test something else, and I don't want this test to fail then either. And this way I can selectively cheat and say, for this invocation of the test of the target script I am testing, you're in the UK, and then the immediate next call is in South Africa or the US or Canada. Yeah, Canada. I love our Canadian bank. And everything else is unchanged. I'm very worried I'm going to get no questions at the end of this. I think the mic's turned on and they still haven't heckled me. So, the last easy one. Can we fake the database? Because I didn't show you in that script. The other bit is it a public holiday? And it does literally what I show you there. Select date from bank holidays table where date equals current date, as in today. Hey, I've got a laugh, good. Oh no! You see, I want to test, is it a bank holiday? And I want to test, is it not a bank holiday? And this really is calling a database, it's calling my SQL instance, and I can't suddenly easily control the current date, certainly not directly. But what I can do is I can control the bank holidays table. Fixtures are your friends. If we start with our system running fixtures, we start with an empty bank holiday table. There are no bank holidays. Christmas is cancelled. That's actually the test for our deployment system. Are there any bank holidays? And that's this happy message if you've got it wrong. It's actually quite a good test. It tests, can you run code? Is your database connection configuration correct? And all of that. and it cheerfully just says there are bank holidays or they aren't, but it's tested a whole bunch of things on deployment. Sorry, it's digression. So you start with an empty table. That means today is not a bank holiday, even if it is. So if it's a bank holiday in, well, South Africa, and I'm working because I'm not in South Africa, it's fine. Then what do I do? So I actually test in that case. I didn't show you that, but I run the test. The default state is going to be there are no bank holidays. I then insert into the bank holidays table two things, today and tomorrow. And as it says, today and tomorrow are now claimed as bank holidays. Aren't they generous? Note my paranoia. First of all, in bold orange, 2. I check I really did insert 2 rows. Because there's been points when we've been writing regression tests where update or insert on the fixtures table and DBO, oh, fine, I did it. 0 rows were affected, but you didn't test that, did you? And it's a complete pain debugging your tests. So if you've got SQL statements that are modifying your database state for your tests to set something up, always check the return value, because it's so much easier to, otherwise your tests fail and you think something silly happened. Well, it was, but it was the statement earlier not working. My other paranoia is, and maybe completely over paranoia, I declare tomorrow to be a bank holiday, because if this test gets run pretty close to midnight, like midnight flips over between 2 lines of the code, I'm spending more time talking about this than it's ever going to happen. But hey, it was easy. I can make tomorrow a bank holiday, and even if the code flips from over midnight as we're running in this long comment, I've digressed. Yeah, I talk so long it will happen, won't it? It will still be a bank holiday. That was easy. So at that point, we test, is it a bank holiday, and there's no alert. Yeah, that thing is banking hours. That variable is misnamed. It's really, are we alerting? And it's actually really, are we going to alert based on South African hours? Yeah. There were some other bits I cut, which I didn't want to say. There was other little bits of work. Yeah, I told you our code's perfect. So, yeah, actually there was another comment I made. The run tests is called twice. I tend, as a style thing, and I'm going to stay this and stick to this, I tend to have subroutines in my test scripts when I reuse code, but not otherwise. This tends to be okay, but just make sure your diagnostics in your test scripts are unique, because you're getting your diagnostics with failed tests based on the name. So if it's this test name failed, test foo failed, and there's 3 things saying foo, sorry, one routine in one place that says test foo, pass or fail, and it's called in 3 places, you don't know which of the 3 setups it did. I'm pretty sure the code that I've described here is safe for that, but I can't remember why. And I think I'm not supposed to show you it without a neuralizer, which I forgot again. I always forget that. There's a ranty comment about South African bank holidays, but I don't think that's relevant here. So, yeah, I'll say, so, the UK, right, so the 26th, it's like the UK rules in terms of the 25th. So the 25th of December was, I think, was a Sunday. And the UK has known this since 1752. The Boers apparently moved to the Gregorian calendar earlier, so they had 370 years' notice that December the 27th last year would be a bank holiday based on their system, but they only figured about a week earlier of, oh, whoa, this needs to be bank holiday. Yeah, quick, panic. Oh, I booked holiday on that time. Okay, HR will unwind your holiday, you've got it. Yeah, great. That was remembering bank holidays. So, this is the bonus thing I thought I needed to do, but didn't. And I've not seen anyone else do this before, so that if you are still awake, this is the good bit. All the other bit is fairly routine. I have a tiny script. It defines a hello world subroutine. Well, it says hello, and I call it with world, and it prints hello world. I want to test that I got into the hello. So what happens if, and I'm about to show you the worked fail example. I've said you put an override module, you put the override of hello sub hello in the override module, you put -m on the command line, and you're good. Well, it all happens at begin time. I have an instructions here saying point finger at top of begin, but I can't do that. And my mouse pointer has been eaten by Keynote, so I can't do that either. Maybe I should switch to a different system. It will run at pretty much the point of that top line, the op tools bin Perl. And this is what happens. Let me just check that. I didn't suppress warnings to show you what would happen. Here's my override module. I've overridden hello to say the is not enough. And I call it like in the bottom, override. And notice what I've got. I've got a warning that subroutine hello has been redefined in the main program. So the ordering of all this is, I didn't do a good job here because I should just only the script. I've got my override library. It's called, it loads up. It overrides main, it defines main hello. It doesn't actually override it, it defines it. Compilation continues to what I showed here. Use strict, compile time effect. Compile time, I see sub hello. I compile sub hello and it sticks it in the symbol table as main hello and there's something already there and that's why it warns. This definition came second, it's last, it wins. And that's why I've got a warning, and when I call hello, it says hello world, and that's what we see. Subroutine hello redefined at has sub. And it says hello world. The script redefined the subroutine back, bother. I'm sure there's a ruder word, but that's what my notes say. So how am I going to test this? There are other phases. Two of the ones I care about are called check and init. This is a story that goes back. There was an attempt to compile Perl, and there was a rather bad bit of design here. Yeah, the guy doing this didn't really think through that you would load modules dynamically later or anything like that, and kind of assumed that you were compiling fairly simple scripts that loaded stuff up. So, to build his compiler, the right part of this is he realized he needed to split out the end of all the compile time stuff with all that, hello, I'm a begin block, and store that state on disk. And if you pulled it back from disk, you're going to need a new phase of, I am starting up a pre-compiled program, open your database handle that you would have done in a begin block or something silly like that. But you needed to do some sort of setup at runtime, and you needed to do that every runtime. But there was other stuff you really, really needed to run at compile time because it affected compilation. So we created two new phases, check and init. Check was the end of compilation, it's like end blocks of compiling, and init was startup. But all init blocks run just before the start of the main program. This is not the right time. Well, not for any generic use, but we can use that here. Because what that means is an init block in our module at any point, top level or otherwise, runs at, well, logically the wrong time to compile it, but the ideal right time for doing overrides. So, this is the fun stuff. Here's my successful override module. It has an init block. Right. We compile the override module, we reach the init block, we compile the contents of the init block. So basically, do that code at init time, and at init time, we override main hello. I've left the warnings in. And we override it with the is mine. We finish compiling that, we finish compiling the module, we go through and compile the main script. That thing I show you there has not yet been executed. It's been compiled, but it hasn't been pushed into the place of the name hello. The main subroutine compiles, the main script compiles. It compiles its sub hello, stuffs it in main hello, it says hello world, or hello, reach the end. Main program is about to start. All init blocks run. The init block I show you, the innards of it, run. Main hello is now assigned the subroutine that I compiled a while back, but the assignment happens now. I got there second, I am last, I win. I do the riff define, which is what you got that warning about, and the world is mine. And now we're into clearing up the details, and actually my timing is good. This is more like a 50-minute talk. It's good. I said there was a caveat about require. Require is a trap. And I should have known this, but I hit this while I was developing all this stuff. It's the cache key on this is the string name of the path you gave it. So if you require .library, let me see how that goes. Yeah, so that's trying to require the same library twice. You require .library at line 6 of the script. So look on the left. On the left is catcode.pl. I didn't get time to run my head through this earlier. I'm using findBin to find the absolute path of the script, and then I require .library.pl, that's line 6. And my output at the bottom is, hey, I loaded it at line 6. because that's what you see at the bottom of the screen, data dump of package, which is package main, in the file code.pl at line 6. Now we have line 7, I call required.library.pl, and requires internal, deep in the C code goes, we did that one already, cool. Whatever, nothing happens. Line 8 is the blank line. Line 9 is required $bin/library.pl. That is a different string. Of course it's the same file on well, there's a race condition. Of course it's the same file on disk on any sensible system, but it's got a different name, so it's not in the cache. So, yeah, it loads the whole thing again, which would give you redefine warnings. That's what we're getting to, and whatever. And it does say, is that the right output? Yeah. Oh yeah, it's called at code.pl, but it's called at line 9. That was why I'm frazzled slightly. So yeah, that's the point. If you didn't have absolute paths in your library code, in your setup, and then something during your loading up phase is very helpful and cleans up all your library paths to be absolute paths, which some part of our work code does, all your magic fails because you think you got there early and loaded it from the exact textual string, in which case ours is $env root / thing. That exact source code, I copy pasted it, but as the environment variable gets converted to a full path, the thing passed to require changes despite the code apparently being the same, and so it loads it again, and because it loaded it again, it overrides my overrides and it warns about it, fortunately, and it wins. Or it wins, I lose, my override is not there. So this was a trap. Make sure anything is an absolute path, or beware of this. The second row has a question, and is very polite.
Are we at the end?
No, we've got 4 more slides, but we're very nearly at the end.
So are we at 4 more slides?
I think so, yeah. That's probably very good. Thank you. Because, yeah, the next is basically 2 more slides. This is the wrap up. So that was what I was saying. Make sure things like your environment variables are made, anything you're going to pull library code from is made absolute, because something will helpfully do you that, and it's unhelpful. Remember that you can use -m to load an override module very early. You can brute force redefine subroutines with the assignment of $star was equals whatever. Things you might care about are test mock object, test mock module, another module mock quick that I didn't mention, which is on cpan and I've used and is cool. And if you're really feeling dangerous, you can use core global to override the built-ins. But the timing of that is really hard, and I don't want to cover that. That's almost an own talk in itself. Although the fun bit was about 2 weeks later, my colleague Lee started to need to do that. So there. Now, for the work version of this talk, it was like, the code is here. And there was some stat. But yes, at work, I say, look at this file. I'm not allowed to do that. Well, unless you join us, because we are hiring. Actually, there might be a URL coming. I said about the work code that we shouldn't be writing libraries to do this. The override should be minimally specific, and it seemed a bad idea to create a library, because our goal is to eliminate the code I've described. Unlike my colleague, if I have refactored it, we can now test it more easily. At the point you've got the tests, you probably should, and I haven't done this, we've been too busy, at which point that you've got these tests, you can now refactor the code safely, and you can refactor to eliminate the need for all of this crazy. So yeah, I note here, refactor soon to pay off this technical debt. And I will use this lovely word, and then I will define it. The trouble is, if you start having a library of this, you start ossifying your code. So you may in English be familiar with petrify, which is to turn something to rock. Ossify is to turn something to bone. Your code becomes brittle and fragile, and this is bad. And that is the end. There are 2 more slides, possibly in the wrong order. I should go back 1 slide when you finish, unless it's relevant. So, please go.
Are you aware about ink hooks?
Yes.
Because when I saw you require, my first thought was you still have a dependency that maybe the sequence of using your modules could be in a different it could be necessary that modules are used in a certain sequence, and that you're faking this. But if you use ink hooks, there is a callback which is called whenever you require a module, and you can do your monkey patching right after, and you don't have to fiddle with the path. I think this is a much cleaner approach.
I had not considered them. I am familiar with them because I ended up patching them around 5.8. Sorry, that's back to the... but no, that's a really good point. Thank you. Yes, so ink hooks could be used for some of this stuff. Thank you for that. I hadn't thought of that.
At least for patching modules. And you can do a lot of logging around this. When you patched it and where you patched it and all this. And you can trace it.
That is really good. Thank you.
Then I have a question. When you mock the database...
Yeah? No, we don't mock the database. We've got database fixtures. Does that invalidate? Keep going. I might say that you've misunderstood, but please keep going.
Yeah, but do you change data in the production database?
No.
What do you do?
This is the CI system, and the dev system. So the default on the CI system is there is no database. The default on our dev systems is that there's a database set up with some amount of reasonable test data. If your regression tests don't ask for a database, they tend to pass on the test system. You push them to CI and it says, where is that database fail? So we have a fixtures set up where we create a new database with a sort of random name based on the time and the process ID. We pump in the schema, and you start off with a blank schema, and then we bulk load files from disk and put things into them. This is why for your dev system you will start with a default bank holidays table that might have some bank holidays in them. Production hopefully has at least a year in the future of bank holidays. But when we're starting with fixtures, you start with an empty database. So we're creating a complete, fresh, real database. There's a local MySQL instance where we spin up another create database, statement processor underscore number, and then if there's a text file, we bulk load the table with something. So we are not touching production at all here. I think that answers your question, but you haven't told me to shut up yet, so I think that's good enough. I hope so. And another polite person in the second row. Oh, you have more?
Just a suggestion. I mean, if you don't want to change the database, DBI has a callback mechanism to patch the do and the execute. So you can change what is returned. Just a suggestion.
That's also useful. Thank you.
Did you consider, well, you probably considered, but something made you decide against one of the 5 or 6 different things to mock the time? There's lots of modules that allow you to pin the time to a specific time.
I didn't. I was going for more brute force. No, I wasn't totally aware of those, but I know more general module thing. But I knew I had to override the config fairly early. And in the case of the database, I don't control the clock on the database. I'm not sure. Do you mean pin the time at Perl level or faking it at the process level or what?
So there are a couple of CPAN modules for testing at specific times where you have like a use test date time or something. Then you give it, for example, a epoch as part of your test file. But that probably doesn't work without your override.
Yeah, we've got to
running this. I think you didn't show us the bit where how you actually execute the test.
Yeah, it's shell out to.
Yeah, shell out.
Shell out to. Yeah,
like
that was the whole point.
There's also, I think, 1 or 2 test something for scripts as well, isn't there?
Not sure. There's an LDSO override library called libFakeTime that's in Debian, and that got mentioned in one of my other talks. I'm aware of this thing, but I was more at the level of I have to override anything, and anything like our own config system. So by that point, I was kind of big hammer, but minimal hammer. At the rate of any more, I got the funny story. So at least one good French speaker will correct me. It's moelle osseuse. It's bone marrow. And that's how I'm remembering ossify, because I ended up at this restaurant there, and I was saying, there's a nice menu of things, and I think I like many things, but there's a very short list of things I don't like, and that's one of them. And I didn't know this word at the time, and we end up with this sort of interpretive dance from the like that. And eventually, oh, it's bone marrow. Cool, I don't like that. Right, I'm having the other thing I like too. But no, os. So ossify, whatever. That was the interpretive dance at a restaurant. Oh yeah, ossuary is where bones are stored. So yeah, a whole bunch of things probably from Latin. I shall go back to the os. There. Did I scare everyone? Are you going to run away yet? Allegedly, we're pretty good on time. We are 11 minutes till the next talk.
Yeah, talking about bones always cheers everyone up. Any more questions? No? Okay, so do you still have one more joke in you, or?
No, I can't remember anymore.
Yes, it's hard when you're standing there.
So yeah, I seem to be the joint most talking person along with Thomas on the other stream at this point. And we were on the same plane here, so that could have been bad. But at the back, that's usually fairly safe.
Yeah, obviously for everyone around you, not to you.
Yeah.
Yes. So, thank you so much for your talk.
I'm free!
Yay! Well done. And we will return in about 10 minutes.
All right, I'm still streaming, aren't I? Yes, we are. Yes, that is not a Rick roll.
Hello. Brilliant.
So still about 1 minute left.
Oh yes, please, thank you. It's too easy to lose track otherwise.
So it's 2:30 now. Welcome, Alex, and let's hear about 5 years and 1 feature later.
Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for coming along and joining my talk. So I'm going to be talking about the recalls module in Koha, what you can do with it, and the journey it had getting into Koha. A bit of an introduction about me. I talked about this a bit in my talk yesterday, but for just anyone else that's new, about Koha, the journey it had, the challenges that the Catalyst Koha team faced, how you can use and configure recalls, and what is going to come next. What are we planning for the future with the recalls module? Catalyst was started in 1997, and as you can see, there's offices in New Zealand, Australia, the UK, Ireland, and Canada now. And we support a whole lot of different open source technologies, and also do other things like run the Catalyst Open Source Academy each year, where a bunch of high school students come to Catalyst, they learn about different open source technologies like Git, and then they can contribute to an open source project like Koha after, in the second week of the academy. And the community is always so wonderful in testing people's students' patches and giving feedback and QA, and that's always so wonderful. And my colleague Alicia started the Open Source Academy, and she's now tech lead of the Koha team, so it shows that it's a really good pathway into tech for people. And my name is Alex Buckley. I've been at Catalyst since 2015, started as an intern. I remote work within New Zealand, and I work on a whole range of things because our team is quite small, so we're kind of a jack of all trade. So I do data migrations, new Koha implementations, integrations, training librarians, a whole range of different things. And travel is one of my passions, and I've just come back from working in Mexico for 3.5 months in this town, San Miguel de Allende. And that was absolutely fantastic. As you can see, it's absolutely gorgeous, a really fantastic place to live for 3 months. So let's get into, before we get into the backstory of recalls, what is recalls? What is a recall? It's basically a high priority reserve. So in Koha, if you place a reserve on an item that's checked out to someone else, when that item is eventually returned, you will have first access. It will be set aside for you to pick up. You'll get a notification saying you can come and pick up this item. Recalls is slightly different in that when you place a recall on an item checked out to someone else, depending on how the library has configured the recalls system preferences and circulation rules, Koha will shorten the loan period, so they'll actually change the due date that that other person has, meaning the item is returned earlier, and it keeps items flowing more. It speeds up when it's going to come back. Why would you want this? Other people being able to change other people's checkout due dates? Well, it's important if in libraries with high priority or the patrons need urgent access to books. So in an academic library, you might have 5 or 10 reference materials across, say, 50 students, and if they've got an assignment coming up, you can't have one person taking up a record for weeks and weeks. You need to keep that circulation flowing, and that's where recalls comes in. So items are circulated faster, the few limited resources the library has are shared across more people. If a record has a hold and a recall on it, the recall is always prioritized because a recall is considered high priority, it's urgently needed, whereas a reserve is considered lower priority. So the recalls module we wrote as a proof of concept in around 2017, and it was written for Toyohama Institute of Technology in New Zealand, who is one of our partner libraries at Catalyst. And it was a proof of concept. It wasn't a fully formed feature. It was a proof of concept which had a few requirements. So some of those requirements were things like the functionality for users on the OPAC to be able to recall items, the ability for when an item, a recalled item is checked into Koha, the librarian needs to be notified, this item's been recalled, do you want to confirm this? In other words, do you want to tell the person that's placed the recall, the item has been returned, you come and pick it up. Other things that the recalls module needed were similar pages to the holds module. It needed things like a recalls queue, just like there's a hold or reserve queue. It needed things like notices for recalls, so when someone's item has been recalled, they need to be sent a notice to say, this is the new due date, your item has been recalled, this is the new due date, please return it by this due date, and various different notices, kind of like reserves. Also, librarians needed to be able to see on a patron record what recalls has this person placed, and then on a bibliographic record, what recalls are on this record. So there was a lot of different interface changes, functionality changes, notices, all of those kind of things. This here is the bug report for recalls, 19532, and you can see the assignee there is Alicia, and so Alicia, who I mentioned before is the technical lead in our team, she wrote the recalls feature, and it's really a testament to her hard work and perseverance to keep working on it over those 5 years, and continue to push to get it upstreamed and to work with the community to try and get it upstreamed. And if we look at some of the statistics around the recalls module, there were 929 comments on that bug report and 720 separate code patches. So some of those were rebases, because over 5 years the Koha code base changed so much. The code patches for recalls needed to be updated to work on the more up-to-date, now changed Koha code base. Some of those other 720 will be sign-offs by members of the Koha community that were fantastic in testing over 5 years, signing off, and then Alicia would add some other fixes or other changes, and then the members of the community would do other sign-offs. So it was a big project, and as Chris Cormack mentioned, or wisely observed one Friday afternoon, Alicia had sprained her thumb rebasing recalls for the zillionth time. She did lots of rebasing for those 5 years. So you might be wondering, why did it take 5 years to upstream? What was the journey of the recalls feature? The recalls feature was, we thought it would have quite a bit of interest from the community and Koha libraries in general, and we tried to set out a scope at the start of the process about, here's what we think the recalls feature should cover, and we were surprised at the more than expected interest from the Koha community and from libraries in the recalls feature. And as more and more libraries got interested and desired this feature, the more ideas there were about what recalls could do. And that was fantastic to hear all these different ideas from different libraries that could do this and this. And it was really good to see all that interest that the module had. The problem was the initial funding we had was not for a fully formed module. So we had funding for some features, and when we got all these additional ideas, these other great ideas from the community about what recalls could include, the challenge was trying to get funding for all these extra ideas. So we didn't go the crowdfunding route for recalls, but we did eventually get other partner libraries, 2 other tertiary libraries of ours, who funded other enhancements to the recalls module, and that enabled us to add to the initial proof of concept module that we wrote for Toyo Homai. As the 5 years went on, a bunch of different changes happened. So as I mentioned, 2 other partner libraries came along and helped funded enhancements to recalls. We also had some really great feedback from the community and were able to make changes. So for example, we initially had proposed and worked on adding 2 tables in the database, a recalls table and an old recalls table. Kind of like what we have for the reserves in the Koha database. And we got some feedback from the community to use a flag column, so a binary flag in Koha, or a flag field in Koha to be able to set the status of a recall. So was it fulfilled? In other words, is it old and we don't need to worry about it anymore? Is it still open? Is it overdue? Things like that. So that's why old recalls, so past historical recalls and current ones, are in one table, the recalls table in the Koha database. Some other changes were initially the proof of concept recalls was item level recalls. So if someone wanted a specific item checked out to someone else, they could place a recall on that, and they would just tell Koha I want the specific item, and it was fairly straightforward from a configuration point of view. Later on we added record or title level recalls. So this is where you say, I'd like to recall the next available item. The challenge with that is then there was more complexity around adding logic to Koha to decide what's the most appropriate next available item. So you have to be more intentional about the circulation rules so that the correct item is actually recalled. Whereas with a specific item, there doesn't need to be as much logic in the back end to choose we should recall this item versus this other item. Database improvement. So we got some really good feedback from the community about improvements to the recalls database table. So one of those fields was the status field, which is in the screenshot here. And you can see it's an enum now, so it's a word. And before it just used to be a letter. So for example, R. And that was not clear to people looking at the database, what does R stand for? So we got feedback from the community to change it to the word requested. So it's more clear to people, well, what does that actually signify? What's the status about? And also we got feedback about column naming. So use patron ID to make Koha more standardized with other tables in the Koha database. So now we've covered a bit of the backstory of the recalls journey and how it got upstreamed into Koha. Let's talk about, for those people that aren't familiar with it, how do you use Koha, how do you configure it, and what can you do? So we've got a blog post here, because I'm going to be pretty high level, but this blog post goes into more detail about how you can use recalls. This is an example of what someone would see on the OPAC when placing a recall. So a member of the public would see a page like this to place the recall, and currently users can place, you can only place recalls on the OPAC, but we do have an enhancement to add that to the staff client. As you can see here, when placing a recall, it's possible for the end user to be able to set a pickup location. The recall not needed after field is essentially saying, after this date, I don't need the recall. So, for example, you might say, after this date when my assignment is due, if I haven't got the recall by then, don't worry about allocating it to me. I don't need it anymore. It will just get expired. Recall next available item is that title level recall, where Koha has to do logic in the back end to determine what item to recall. Recall specific item is just where the user will say, I want this, I only want this item. I don't want Koha to do logic in the back to choose which item to allocate to me. Then what would the librarians see? Well, when a end user places a recall, the person that's got the item checked out at the moment will get sent a notification. It could be an email or an SMS or both, saying, someone's placed a recall on your item, here's the new due date, please return it by this date. When the item is returned to the library, the librarian would see this pop-up window and they're asked, someone's placed a recall on this item, do you want to confirm it or not? If they click confirm, the person that placed the recall is then sent a notification to say, the item you recalled is ready for pickup, and you've got, say, 5 days or however many days the library's configured to come and pick the item up. So it will be put aside for the person that placed the recall and the library for them to come along and pick it up. What other things can librarians do with the recalls? How can they find out more information about how the recalls module is used? There is logging. There's a system preference which you can enable to, and then Koha will log actions like when recalls are created, fulfilled, cancelled, expired, and so on. And then you can view that information in the log viewer tool in the staff client. Also, if a librarian wants to know how many recalls are on this bibliographic record, you can see that on the staff client on a bibliographic detail page. You can also find out what recalls does a specific patron have by going to the patron detail page. So it's a bit like holds. You can find holds information on the bibliographic detail page and the patron detail page as well. Other information you can find out about recalls, they're in the circulation home page. You can find all these different report pages about recalls, which again are quite similar to reserves. You've got a recalls queue, just like there's a reserves queue. Recalls to pull like holds or reserves to pull, so fairly similar. When libraries are configuring to use recalls, they can either do system preference, they can do global settings for recalls in the system preferences, and one of the most important ones is the use recalls system preference, which is like the master switch. If you don't enable that, then your library's not going to see any recalls functionality at all. That bottom system preference recalls log is needed if you want to use the log viewer tool to see changes to recalls. Another reason you'd want to enable that is if something weird is happening to recalls and a library, the library's confused why has something happened, logging it will make it easier for your systems librarian or your support vendor to be able to troubleshoot what's going on. Libraries can also set more granular rules on a patron category item type level. And so circulation rules is a huge table in Koha, and you can set rules for this item type and this patron category, make Koha behave this way. And there's 6 different circulation rule fields that you can set in the circulation rules page to make Koha behave in a certain way. So you can set global rules in the system preferences and granular rules in the circulation rules page. And then the recalls module also added a new user permission so that you can enable only specific librarians that need to see recalls. You can enable a permission for them so they see it, but other librarians don't need to see it if it's not useful for their role. There's also cron jobs that will expire recalls if they reach beyond the expiration date, and overdue recalls if someone has not returned the item by the date Koha has told them they need to return it by for the next person that's recalled it to pick it up. And the notices, just to let people know your item's been recalled, return it, or the item's ready for you to pick it up, things like that. What other things, so that's where Koha sits right now, but what other things could be coming in the future? What other things have our partner libraries expressed interest in and are sponsoring to try and add to the recalls module? Staff side recalls is something that our partner library, Auckland University of Technology, has requested and has sponsored. So this is in the upstreaming process at the moment, and it will essentially mean that librarians can place recalls in the staff client, and it will also, the way it works is there's a new, this enhancement adds a system preference to Koha where you can, libraries can define what interface is recalls enabled in. So you can say just the staff client, just the OPAC, both or not at all. So some libraries, some academic libraries we know, having talked to Katrin earlier, some academic libraries don't particularly, some libraries might not want it in the OPAC, the recall functionality, but in the staff client with librarians placing the recalls, that's more useful in their situation. So it's just giving libraries more control and flexibility about what works best for them. Another enhancement to recalls that AUT, Auckland University of Technology, has added or is sponsoring to be upstreamed to Koha is converting holds, so reserves, to recalls. So let's say there's 10 different reserves on a record in Koha. The library can specify after a set number of reserves, say after those 10 reserves, Koha will then change that first reserve, the highest priority reserve, to a recall in order to try and get that reserve queue number down, try and circulate the items faster because it's just building up and up and up the number of holds. So there'll be there's a system preference where you can set after this many reserves on one item or one record, change the first reserve to a recall, and there is a cron job that actually does that action, which you can schedule to run overnight. Toyohama Institute of Technology, the first library that sponsored the original recalls feature, they have sponsored this enhancement, which is cancelling recall notification. So right now, if a librarian manually cancels a recall, no notice is sent to the person that placed the recall to say your recall has been cancelled. This enhancement will add a notice to Koha so that people will be notified your recall has been cancelled, in the case of being manually cancelled. Messaging preferences. So this is another enhancement from Toyohama Institute of Technology, and what this one does is you can enable OPAC users or librarians to be able to define what notices related to recalls do they want to receive. So you can see the bottom 3 notices there: recall awaiting pickup, return recalled item, recall cancelled. Previously, libraries couldn't really define on a patron level what users want to get these notifications and who does and who doesn't want to get those. This enhancement adds those notices, so now you can see here OPAC users and librarians can define if a particular patron wants to get the SMS or the email, both or not at all. Again, more about giving control to the users, control to the libraries. And we'd like to do a shout out and thank you to the 3 partner libraries that did our sponsorship for our work on the Recalls module: Toyohama Institute of Technology, Waikato Institute of Technology, and Auckland University of Technology. And we would like to give a huge thank you to the members of the community that tested, QA'd, commented, and contributed and signed off and gave feedback on the Recalls module. Without you, this would not have been possible to be upstreamed, and thank you for your dedication to that. And I'd like to thank all of you for attending this talk.
Amazing, Alex, just right on time. Good job on that. So, who has any questions? Oh, you were so good that no one has any questions. Is it is it so? Okay. So apparently we all enjoyed it, so let's give another round of applause to Alex.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we will have a 5-minute break.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, you should be hearing me now on the mic. Great. So, hello everybody and welcome. My name is Maischein and I'm very happy and a bit nervous about telling you what I did in the recent month, generating music using Sonic Pi and OSC. Yeah, what will this be about and how can it be interesting to you? Yeah, hopefully it's interesting because I don't think you will be using this in practice, but maybe you will be using this in practice. This would be fun. If you are actually interested in generating music or listening to some sounds, this might be actually interesting. A warning, there will be sound, at least when we tested it, there was sound, so we have a good chance of it also working during the talk. Yeah, a bit about me. My name is Maischein. I come from Germany in Frankfurt. I work at the DZ Bank in Frankfurt, the Deutsche Zentralgenossenschaftsbank. It's the central bank of the cooperative banks in Germany. And we provide central services for the cooperative banks. And I work there as a digital currency expert on projects, for example, of the ECB, the project of the digital euro. And we also work on a digital currency, the commercial bank money token, which intends to bring money on blockchains of our corporate customers. But yeah, this has nothing to do with Perl. My Perl side is more, I am on the board of a Perl club, the Frankfurt Perl Mongers, and we organize a monthly meeting in Frankfurt. So if you happen to come to Frankfurt, we are happy to organize a meeting with you. And we also organize a yearly Perl workshop where, Perl people from all over Germany and other countries come to, whatever location we find to, talk about Perl, drink beer, enjoy. So, what do I want to show? Or what will you hear? Well, I want to show a bit of Perl and a bit of open sound control, which is a protocol to talk to sound producing programs. And I will also show a little bit of Sonic Pi, the program I'll be using to create music. And yes, we will hear music. Well, music, not in the polished style of the musician we had 2 days ago, but more like coder music. I'm not really an artist. I can give the computer a bit of things to do and then I can hope that something nice comes out, but I'm aware of my limits there. So what is my inspiration? The endless acid banger. I will demonstrate that. Sound warning. Hopefully this is not too loud. This is a website that creates an endless acid track. I don't know if you are old enough to have enjoyed acid when it came out first, but it is basically timeless. You plug in some electronic instruments and already you have music, and this can go on forever. No. I understand that acid is not for everybody. you weren't born when acid came out. No, yeah, but acid also is not entirely what I want, because yeah, if you program stuff and test it out and you'll always listen to some uplifting beat, you tend to get nervous. At least I tend to do that. So yeah, I want something more mellow for that. And also this program or this website likely works for the guy who did it, because, well, otherwise they wouldn't have done it. But I want more structure and control. This website follows the techno ethic of always forward, never backward. You cannot have things like a verse, then a chorus, breakdown, then go back to the verse again or something like that. And yeah, I prefer my music to have a bit more structure than always progressing and never going back to something that I already know. So yeah, this thing is not what I want, but it's good inspiration. So what can I show you? I can show you or sound off to you some fragments of music, and yeah, I choose the genre of reggae or reggae-ish, or the inspiration from reggae, let's put it that way. It is more mellow and more slow and doesn't have the aggressive parts like acid. So yeah, why do I want to do that? Because, well, I've always been a fan of generative methods, having the computer create endless things that hopefully are somewhat interesting. Generative methods are currently all the rage, but it's the unstructured generative methods, in the sense you put in a real lot of data, let the computer perform some linear algebra, and then you hope that what comes out looks somewhat similar to the data you put in originally. But I find that unsatisfying, because I have to put in so much data when I already know what kind of structure I want to get out. So I want to provide the computer with lots of more guidance than the current generative AI stuff does. So like I said, I want more structure, and to me music is structured. This is the main draw of music, like having a melody, varying that melody a bit, varying it more, and then coming back to the original melody. That's lots of structure, and I don't want to teach the computer the basic concept of this. I can already teach the computer that directly by writing some code. So yeah, I will attempt the first example. It is dub, because I don't want to subject you to myself singing. Dub means reggae without a vocalist. Well, it means much more. It means a certain set of mix and stuff. Yeah, let's not be too critical of that. We have drums, we have some kind of rhythm and a bass line and a melody. And hopefully we hear some sound. so on and so on. The melody is not very creative because I cheated a lot when giving the computer instructions on what would sound good with the bass line. But Herbert, you have a question or a remark?
Yes, only about the piece we just heard. Was there any reverb on it?
We'll get to that, to the sound mix and everything.
Not to sound too picky, but a track calling it dub without reverb is lot of confused Rasterman.
Yes, for real dub, I would need to turn the mix far more towards the bass and need to put far more reverb into it. But my fear is that then the reverb overtakes the rest of the generated melody and everything, and I wanted to spend more time on my code than on fiddling with the settings for the reverb and bass filters and everything. So yes, you are correct, this is not real dub, and I would like to get to real dub, but I'm not there.
No, I didn't want to be too picky, but there were hints of that I couldn't quite recognize it. It sometimes sounded like there is reverb, and I just want to be
yes,
clear.
there is a slight reverb, and we'll get to that, but it's not the real reverb you would need to be authentic. So how did I create this fantastic piece of auditory sensation? Well, how do you generate structured sound in general? Well, first you need to create sound, and I'm using something like instruments. I'm not doing the big data approach of putting in lots of noise and then hoping that somehow a melody forms. There are some drum samples and some synthesizer sounds like sine waves that the computer can create easily. And there are some chords that I define with a bit of randomization. And the other thing you need for structured sound is structure. And this means providing some harmonies, and ideally harmonies that follow in a good way on each other. And some more higher level structure like the intro, the verse, the chorus. You want to have some sections in the song. And that's basically external knowledge that I bring into this by writing code instead of having the computer magically figure that out. Now, we've talked a bit already about the reverb. The sound is created by Super Collider, which is a C program, I believe, and some weird, well, I'm the one to talk about a weird programming language doing Perl, but Super Collider is another weird programming language. And it does sound synthesis, like, you give it some parameters and it creates a sine wave with those parameters as a sound file. It can also mix in samples and other stuff. And it handles lots and lots of parameters. And Super Collider is again wrapped by the Sonic Pi program, which is a Ruby program, or has a Ruby interface, another weird language. And Sonic Pi allows me to speak to Super Collider using a network interface, which makes things so much easier to me. And Sonic Pi also speaks the Open Sound Control Protocol, which is the network protocol, or network protocol that we will use from Perl to speak to Sonic Pi, and Sonic Pi then talks to Super Collider. So yeah, this is basically the technology stack. Perl speaks to Sonic Pi speaks to Super Collider produces the sound. Sonic Pi, those who were here at the start already got subjected to this. Sonic Pi can do music. It's not really integrated with the outside world, except for the open sound control. But Sonic Pi standalone can also produce sound. And what you here is basically this Sonic Pi program that produces random tones. I'm stopping it because I don't like these random tones. But yeah, Sonic Pi standalone can already do amazing things. But this talk is not so much, or is not only about Sonic Pi. It's also about OSC, the Open Sound Control. This is a protocol that wanted to be better than MIDI. MIDI is the OG of music, electronic music connections and electronic music control. It's a protocol where, yeah, basically every electronic instrument can, as long as it implements MIDI, speak to any other electronic instrument. And Open Sound Control wanted to be better. It is partially better than MIDI. In some respect, it has better timestamps. MIDI has a fixed resolution, and Open Sound Control has a higher resolution of timestamps. And Open Sound Control works over standard network cable or even Wi-Fi, while MIDI still basically is serial or serial over USB. So yeah, that's, well, it's nice, but not so great. I have a MIDI, or yeah, you are a MIDI expert.
I wouldn't call myself expert, but maybe a nasty question, but this OSC, does it polyphonic aftertouch? Because that's a big battle in MIDI, and why they want to extend the MIDI standard.
Yeah, Open Sound Control is partially better than MIDI. It's also partially worse than MIDI, because it has no standards. You get, the good thing about no standards is you get to define your own standards. But the bad thing is none of the devices you speak to will have a basic common set. With MIDI, at least you can hope if you send a note and a volume to a device that claims I can produce sound, it will produce a sound matching that note and matching that volume. Not so with Open Sound Control. Every device can specify its own endpoints, and it does not even declare what kind of parameters and what format of parameters it wants there. So you have maximum flexibility, but basically no interoperability unless you specifically code for the receiver. So yeah, this is how it is. But on the other side, there's a Perl module for speaking Open Sound Control, protocol OSC. And yeah, creating an OSC message is quite simple. Also sending an OSC message from Perl to the network is simple. You create it, you give it the endpoint, the name of the endpoint. In this case, it's /echo. Then you gave it the list of parameters. In this case, we want to pass an integer, a string, and a floating point number. And yeah, then you simply give it all the parameters. That is a 3 in this case for the integer, the word ping for the string, and 3.14 for the floating point number. And yeah, the protocol OSC module gives you then a packed string, and you send that string over the network, and the receiving device does whatever with it. Hopefully it produces sound in my case. Other people have used OSC to control lighting for the stage. So yeah, you will have to study the manual of whatever device you are actually speaking to. There is little convention as to what endpoints and what data a given device will support. Yeah. So we can now produce sound, but I don't only want to produce sound or tones. I want to have them some structure. And yeah, this is then where Perl comes in. I could do most of this directly in SonicPy, but yeah, that's not really my idea of fun. I find Perl more fun. So yes, I want to create patterns, like for example, drum patterns, simply specified as a string, because, well, for drums, well, a real percussionist can produce different tones from a single drum, but not me. So simple plus for now play this instrument, and a dot for don't play this instrument is enough. And yeah, Perl is good in string parsing, so that's easy. And I define the /hi-hat endpoint for the hi-hat, and that's it. Then I also want to create some harmonies, because reggae has traditional harmony sequences. So yeah, I want to reproduce these. And luckily, SonicPy already understands the names for harmonies, so I can tell SonicPy just play a C major chord, and SonicPy plays a C major chord on a given octave for me. So yeah, that's really easy. And faking a bass line is also easy. If you have a sequence of chords, you just take the lowest note of each chord, and that becomes a boring but good enough for me bass line. And yeah, then I also want to create a melody. And yes, creating a melody, the melody is basically random notes in the current harmony, except, of course, whenever a chord is playing, I want to choose a note that is within that chord, because otherwise it sounds horrible. And yeah, when no chord is playing, I allow it to play it a random note, but not really random, because I don't want melodies that jump from very low to very high, so it must be like 5 or 6 tones in the vicinity of the last tone played. So yeah, it's really confined to be not too experimental, because yeah, I found when I went experimental, it sounded just too experimental for my ears. So yes. How does this look in code? Well, the setup is basically still like the setup for electronic music. I have a generator that basically generates a long list, a pattern of like, play the bass drum now, play a chord now, play some part of the melody, a note of the melody right now. And then I hand this list to the player, and the player just steps through the list of actions in a given speed and does whatever the list says. So yeah, if we look back to the endless acid banger, it has one, or yeah, the top line is one part of the melody, the middle line is the second part of the melody, and the bottom line is the percussion. And my data structure basically looks the same. I have one array for the melody, one array for the harmonies, and then the percussion. Each part gets its own array. So in Perl, this looks like, the data structure looks like this. I have a set of arrays containing notes, or notes and the given harmony, or simply a 1 and a undef for the percussion. And the player steps through that and plays or sends over OSC whatever it finds there. And yeah, that's basically it. The real code is just a subroutine that first generates a baseline, then generates the percussion. In my case, I use the one drop pattern for drums, which is a traditional reggae drum pattern. And then I generate a melody and return that pattern. And this is done for the verse, for the chorus, in the same harmony, but a different melody. So we get a difference between the verse and the chorus, and basically that's it. And the player, it's basically these 5 lines of code or 6 lines of code. And we are already coming almost to an end. I haven't talked much about the Sonic Pi part. On the Sonic Pi side, I basically declare an endpoint for every kind of information I want to send to Sonic Pi, and also write a bit of code of how it should act. For example, the bass drum, I send 2 parameters. No, I send 1 parameter, the amplitude of how loud the bass drum should be, and it should respond to the /bd endpoint, and whenever a new message for that endpoint comes into Sonic Pi, I play the BD fat sample, which is a big fat bass drum sound with the given loudness. So that's basically all I needed to do. The modules, well, I use IO async, and I wrote net async OSC to send messages over IO async. These are not yet released onto CPAN, but will be once I get home. So there is one more idea, because, well, obviously now I have Perl and I'm not confined to Sonic Pi. So I can do speech output using Perl. It's not really hard, because you just create a Windows object and give it a string, and it has speech output. So I thought, why not do that, at least for the demo here, even though it deviates from my idea of dub, but at least it's not me singing, but the computer. So I added that, and I think I stopped.
We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. Thank you everybody. You are a wonderful audience. It's been a pleasure to sing for you today. Also, a round of applause for the band. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you.
So, thank you
Never
all
gonna
for
make
your
you cry.
attention and
Never gonna say goodbye.
enjoy the conference.
Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you.
Has he seen a DJ do
the-
this on a live gig?
Yeah, Sonic Pi is used by people who do live coding and use it, Algorave, and use it to, evolve their music and the sound. Yeah, but I'm not at that level yet, and I don't think I'll reach that level ever. Another? Tidal Cycles. I haven't heard of that software. Interesting. Yeah, I will look at that and how it creates patterns and everything.
Following the
Thank
stream.
you.
And now it has ended, and tomorrow there will be no streaming because there are workshops. So thank you for attending.